Chapter 12:15. You. What did you give me? Nalan Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he waited for 2 seconds. The man was forced to consume the unknown substance. 2 seconds later, his mind started to fall into a trance. Where is the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect? Nalan Hao asked again. This time, the man was stunned for a second before he answered. Walk 10,000 miles to the west. There is a cave under a stone wall. Okay. Nalan Hao nodded. He lifted the man onto the back of the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle and asked a few more questions. For example, how many experts were there in the moon worship demonic sect and whether the assassins from the underworld were there. There are a few assassins from the underworld here. There is only one in the fulfillment realm. As for the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect, there are 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts and 5 first-stage fulfillment realm experts. The man answered. After hearing this, the faces of the experts from the Northern Heavens Academy sank. They never thought that the moon worship demonic sect would rise so quickly. One of them had already died in the Northern Heavens Academy. They never thought that there would be 2 more. If they had acted together that day, the Northern Heavens Academy might have been finished. However, the moon worship demonic sect couldn't figure out the Northern Heavens Academy at that time. They didn't know how many experts were there, so they cooperated with the underworld to investigate. Okay. Find someone to watch over him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him without mercy. Nalan Hao put a shackle on the dazed man and handed him to the others. The shackles sealed the man's true energy. He could only display strength at the 3rd stage of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. Since they already knew where the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect was, it was time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle arrived at the place mentioned by the man. Nalan Hao scanned with his spiritual sense and found a cave. The headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect. Old Dean, what should we do? Nalan Hao asked. We don't know if there are other exits in this cave. If we kill our way in, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Tang Hongchang said. If we suddenly kill our way in, they shouldn't have set a trap, right? Nalan Hao frowned. That might not be so. 2 days have already passed. The moon worship demonic sect still hasn't leave. They might be waiting for us. Therefore, you must be careful. After Tang Hongchang finished speaking, he glanced at the man and said, even if the moon worship demonic sect set up a trap, they probably won't tell people of their level. It's better to be careful. Then let's look for the exit again? Nalan Hao asked. This time, Tang Hongchang did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. The remnants of the moon worship demonic cult are extremely cunning. They might have more than one escape route. It's not possible to find all of them in a short time. So, let's just kill our way in. Tang Hongchang continued. In the end, they still decided to kill their way in. However, this did not mean that they were going to charge in with great fanfare. They were going to do it secretly. Alright, then I'll take the lead. Nalan Hao suggested. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, and the moon worship demonic cult only had 2 experts at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If he was the vanguard, he would be able to kill all the experts who weren't at the fulfillment realm along the way. All right. Tang Hongchang nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, waves of aura suddenly rushed out of the catacombs. Be careful. Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao were shocked. Northern Heavens Academy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A black-clothed old man slowly walked out. Behind him, there were hundreds of experts from the moon worship demonic cult. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Seeing this, Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao's face sank. The moon worship demonic cult had not moved away after failing to attack the Northern Heavens Academy. They must have some kind of plan. Tell me your name. Nalan Hao said loudly. This old man is the current sect leader of the moon worship demonic cult, Fang Yuanqing. The black-clothed old man replied. Sect leader. When these two words fell into the ears of the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, their bodies trembled. It seemed that the moon-worship demonic cult wanted to fight with the Northern Heavens Academy this time. However, they did not know if the assassins from the underworld had come. Thinking of this, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were very cautious. If they were to compare, the Northern Heavens Academy had many more experts than the moon-worship demonic cult. If they were to fight, the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely win. However, if the underworld also came, the result would not be certain. So, the assassins from the underworld are nearby? Nalan Hao immediately reacted. That's right. Before Nalan Hao's voice fell, another group of auras appeared. This group of assassins from the underworld were proficient in concealment. In addition, they had set up a formation beforehand. Even Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao, who were at the second stage of the fulfillment realm, did not discover them. This time, the underworld had sent over 10 fulfillment realm experts. The person leading them was the scarred assassin who had kidnapped Nalan Jie. He was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. It seemed that the Northern Heavens Academy had fallen into the enemy's trap this time. This was indeed a trap. Don't worry. This time, we are going all out. Those people from the moon-worship demonic cult all cultivate demonic arts. Our martial arts and treasures are specifically targeted at them. This battle will definitely be our victory. That's right. Almost all of us cultivate the righteous Yang scripture. As long as we use all of them, these remnants of the moon-worship demonic cult will be burned to ashes in an instant. We just need to pay more attention to the assassins from the underworld. On the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, a group of old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy whispered to each other. However, the expressions of Nalan Hao and the others were not very good. If they could think of this, why couldn't the moon-worship demonic cult? However, the people from the moon-worship demonic cult were very calm. It was obvious that the assassins from the underworld were not their true reliance. At this time, Fang Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and quietly made a hand gesture to the people behind him. Form, Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation. In an instant, the experts of the moon-worship demonic cult condensed their true qi and 10,000 elephant strength, forming a bright moon above their heads. A unique aura spread into the surroundings. These bright moons looked after each other. The experts of the moon-worship demonic cult were also draped with a faint layer of silver gauze. At the same time, the white clouds in the night sky receded, revealing the real moon above their heads. This was a true bright moon, making the silver veil on the experts even thicker. The Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation was a magical array that the moon-worship demonic cult had spent 100 years researching. It was specifically targeted at the Northern Heavens Academy. At this moment, the effects of the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities and treasures were negligible. What? After seeing the actions of the experts of the moon-worship demonic cult, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were shocked. Chapter 12:16. Originally, the Northern Heavens Academy was confident that they could easily kill the moon-worship demonic sex experts as long as they dealt with the underworld's experts. However, the moon-worship demonic sect unexpectedly had such a trick up their sleeve. The Northern Heavens Academy's advantage instantly decreased. No, if the underworld's assassins were included, the Northern Heavens Academy was already at a disadvantage. Nalan Hao, your current expressions are really interesting. The sect leader of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, laughed with a calm expression. Not only that, the moon-worship demonic sect's people all revealed smiles. The Northern Heavens Academy was full of confidence just now, but now, they were worried. There were even some who were trembling in anger. Their expressions were really interesting. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Nalan Hao said with a gloomy expression. He whispered, set up the formation. The moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-suppressing sun great array, while the Northern Heavens Academy had quite a few sword arrays. Moreover, they knew that as long as they broke the demonic moon-suppressing sun formation, victory would belong to them. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. Fang Yuanqing's expression sank as he prepared for a big battle. At this moment, the scarred man on the assassin's side suddenly shouted, "Wait! Scar, what's the matter?" Fang Yuanqing asked. Long ago, they had already discussed it. The moon-worship demonic sect wanted to destroy the Northern Heavens Academy, while the Underworld's assassins only wanted Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie. This was a mutually beneficial deal. "I have a few words to say to Nalan Bing." The scarred man suddenly turned to look at Nalan Bing. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lip reading. It's lip reading, analyze it for me. Yi Xian immediately used some super-devouring crystals. Soon, he learned what the scar-faced man had said. This scarred assassin, let Nalan Bing go with him, then the underworld can withdraw from this battle. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This was what he analyzed, but there was one sentence that he did not analyze because he was one step slower. "Father, this scarred man let me go with him, then he can lead the other assassins from the underworld and withdraw from this battle." Nalan Bing whispered to Nalan Hao. "Bing, when did you learn to read lips?" Nalan Hao was very surprised. Nalan Bing had always lived in the Northern Heavens Academy and had never left. Within the Northern Heavens Academy, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read lips. However, Nalan Bing actually knew how to do it. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, ever since Nalan Bing was rescued, Nalan Hao felt that his daughter was a little strange. She was not the same as before. This change was so big that if Nalan Bing was not his daughter, Nalan Hao would not recognize her. "I've read about it in a book. It's a common technique used by assassins in the underworld." Nalan Bing casually explained. He also said that Big Brother is very safe right now. However, a super expert has taken a fancy to us siblings and wants to take us as disciples. However, it's not convenient for him to show himself, so he entrusted it to the underworld. "A super expert?" Nalan Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "This underworld palace's assassin is unscrupulous in order to complete his mission. You cannot trust him so easily." In his heart, because Nalan Bing had always been in the Northern Heavens Academy, she had never seen the world. Therefore, she would be easily deceived. "Father, the reason why I was able to escape that day was because of that senior. He asked me to think about it." Nalan Bing continued. "It's him?" After this reminder, Nalan Hao immediately reacted. So this was the reason why Nalan Bing was kidnapped by a fulfillment realm assassin and luckily escaped. Otherwise, with Nalan Bing's realm, how could she break free from the shackles and escape from the hands of a fulfillment realm expert? Then why did someone want to kill you? Nalan Hao continued to ask. Maybe those low-level assassins did not know and wanted to capture me after seeing me on the road. Nalan Bing replied. Now, Nalan Hao was also deep in thought. Let the Underworld Palace's assassin wait first. We'll talk about this after we deal with the moon-worship demonic sect. Tang Hongchang suddenly suggested. Okay, I'll discuss with him. Nalan Bing nodded, then turned to look at the scarred assassin and used lip language to communicate with him. Scar, what are you talking to her about? Fang Yuanqing asked in surprise. At this time, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing just finished communicating. The former replied, I asked her to come with me so that she won't be accidentally injured in the battle, but she didn't agree. Okay, since that's the case, then let's do it. Things might change if we delay. Fang Yuanqing did not think much about it. Father, the scarred assassin said that they can wait and talk about it later. Nalan Bing reminded. Okay. Hearing this, Nalan Hao's eyes lit up. As long as the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, then even if the moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-sun suppression array, they would definitely not be a match for the Northern Heavens Academy. Of course, the Underworld Palace's assassins were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Therefore, their words could not be trusted. Maybe they just agreed verbally, and when the Northern Heavens Academy fought with the moon-worship demonic sect, they would suddenly appear and severely injure the Northern Heavens Academy. Scar, do it. Fang Yuanqing could not wait any longer and hurriedly said. As his voice fell, everyone from the moon worship demonic sect attacked. Kill. Tang Hongchang also gave the order. In the next moment, everyone from the Northern Heavens Academy attacked together. A great battle broke out. Tripartite sword formation. The scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy formed groups of 3 and attacked with the tripartite sword formation. The Fulfillment Realm academicians all rushed out. Even the heavily injured Elder Lu did the same. On the Northern Heavens Academy's side, there were a total of 4 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts. The Moon Worship Demonic Sect only had 2. If the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, the Northern Heavens Academy could crush the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. In the blink of an eye, both sides started to fight. The Northern Heavens Academy's experts fought while guarding against the Underworld Palace's assassins. The Moon Worship Demonic Sect side was very surprised. They were surprised that the Underworld Palace's assassins were indifferent. Scar, what are you doing? Fang Yuanqing immediately shouted. Sorry, there's a change in the cooperation. The scarred assassin's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately ordered the Underworld Palace's assassins to block the retreat of the Moon Worship Demonic Sect's experts. Scar, what did you say? Fang Yuanqing panicked. In the original plan, the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld Palace worked together to eliminate the Northern Heavens Academy. This way, the Moon Worship Demonic Sect could develop steadily, and the Underworld could capture Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. But now, why did the Underworld Palace suddenly change sides? The Underworld Palace's assassins are a bunch of trash. Fang Yuanqing cursed in his heart. At this time, he remembered the scene of Scar and Nalan Bing communicating with their lips. Chapter 12:17. Now, Fang Yuanqing had 10,000 what the fucks galloping through his heart. Originally, they could have destroyed the Northern Heavens Academy. Now, it seemed that they were in danger of being destroyed. Scar, *CK your mother. Fang Yuanqing finally scolded. My mother was killed by me 30 years ago. If you want, go find her grave. Scar suddenly replied. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Scar actually killed his own mother with his own hands. This was a little shocking. However, there were many such examples, so they were not surprised. Scar, you don't need to do anything. Our Northern Heavens Academy's matter will be dealt with by ourselves. Nalan Hao shouted. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had crushed the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, they did not need the help of the Underworld. In fact, Nalan Hao was afraid that the Underworld would interfere, so he did not want them to interfere. Up to you. Scar did not intend to interfere in this battle. He only ordered his subordinates to set up defenses to prevent the Moon Worship Demonic Sect from escaping. At this time, Yi Xian in the Northern Heavens Academy was already full of killing intent. This battle would not last long, at most half a minute. If he used the Sword Storm, he would accidentally injure the Northern Heavens Academy's disciples. Moreover, he could not use skills like the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash because Nalan Bing was nearby. Fortunately, when he was in the state of assassination, his combat strength was already invincible under the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, even if he used the Northern Heavens Academy's high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, the Taiji Sword Art, he would still be able to annihilate the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's killing intent was soaring. A few seconds ago, his killing intent was still 0. Now, it had increased to the point where he could use the killing intent explosion. There was still a 10,000-word blood letter in his devouring space. As long as he devoured it, he could obtain a large amount of killing intent. Of course, devouring weapons that had killed many people could also obtain killing intent. Let me see the power of your killing intent. All of a sudden, Yi Xian gathered a surge of true energy and 10,000 mammoths power and ruthlessly swung his sword at a 9th-level Netherpassage Realm expert of the Moon Worship Devil Cult. Killing intent explosion. This slash not only contained genuine chi and the all creation's force, but also a new type of energy, killing intent. His attack, infused with killing intent, multiplied its power. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this 9th-level Netherpassage Realm moon worship demonic cult expert. What? This 9th-level Netherpassage Realm expert of the moon worship demonic cult was stunned for a moment before his head was chopped off by this Taiji sword that had broken through the great formation of the demonic moon. A single sword strike was enough to instantly kill a 9th-level Netherpassage martial artist who was 2 levels higher than him. If he used the Peerless Flame Dragon slash again, he might even be able to threaten a Fulfillment Realm expert. The eruption of killing intent is indeed powerful. Yi Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to devour the 10,000-word blood letter, then use Bladestorm and Slaughter Feast to kill everyone. If he did that, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Netherpassage Realm. However, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. Killing indiscriminately wasn't his style. The Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship demonic cult had already started a chaotic battle. The Fulfillment Realm experts had also risen to the sky to fight, while those below that were fighting on the ground. The Moon Worship demonic cult also had many geniuses who could challenge those above their level. However, compared to Yi Xian, these geniuses were simply weak chickens. Fang Yuan, go and kill Nalan Bing. Suddenly, a Fulfillment Realm expert of the Moon Worship demonic cult made a gesture to a youth below. The original ambush plan was flawless, and the Northern Heavens Academy had also fallen into their trap. However, with the betrayal of the underworld, the Moon Worship demonic cult had fallen into a crisis. The underworld's target was Nalan Bing. Therefore, the Moon Worship demonic cult couldn't let them succeed. All right. A Moon Worship demonic cult youth understood and immediately retreated. Then, he circled around the crowd and rushed towards Nalan Bing, who was behind the Northern Heavens Academy. The target is me? How naive. Nalan Bing coldly snorted in her heart. If it was before her awakening, she might not be able to defeat this 9th-level Netherpassage Realm genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult. However, after her awakening, she also had the ability to challenge those above her level. Bing, be careful. Nalan Hao, who was above her, felt the aura and hurriedly shouted. The genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult who rushed towards Nalan Bing was called Fang Yuan. He was the grandson of the Moon Worship demonic cult's sect leader, Fang Yuan Qing. At the same time, he was also the #1 genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult. Fang Yuan's talent was similar to that of the Northern Heavens Academy's eldest senior brother, the jade-faced scholar Nalan Jie. He was in his early 20s and was already attempting to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. In Fang Yuanqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's strength was enough to kill Nalan Bing and take revenge for the betrayal of the underworld. However, how would they know that Nalan Bing was a reincarnator? Reincarnators were all reincarnation realm experts in their previous lives. In their eyes, Fulfillment Realm experts were just ants. How could a mere 9th-level Netherpassage Realm expert threaten Nalan Bing? I've heard that there's a talented girl in the Northern Heavens Academy. That must be you. You're also shockingly beautiful, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. A voice rang out as Fang Yuan madly ran towards Nalan Bing. Junior sister, be careful. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy gathered together and formed a tripartite sword formation to intercept Fang Yuan. Righteous Yang's scripture, blazing sun burns the heavens. The 3 old scholars were all unleashing their most powerful moves, causing numerous small suns to appear, formed from true energy and the power of myriad mammoths. The light of these 3 small suns shone on Fang Yuan's body, causing the moon veil on his body to become thinner. However, Fang Yuan was still at the 9th level of the Netherpassage Realm. Furthermore, he was someone that the Moon Worship demonic cult had focused on nurturing. How could he be so easy to deal with? Devil Moon Head, Moon will slash. Fang Yuan finally made his move. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a crescent moon slash flew towards the 3 old scholars. So strong. Junior brothers, block with all your strength. The three old scholars' faces sank as they each displayed their strongest attacks. However, they were unable to block this attack. Bang! 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 The three old scholars were all sent flying. Fortunately, they were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Otherwise, they would have died under this attack. Fang Yuan sent the three old scholars flying with a single slash. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Instead, he swept towards Nalan Bing. Die. If you want to blame someone, blame the underworld. Fang Yuan muttered as he slashed his sword once again. In his heart, even three old scholars of the same level wouldn't be his opponent when they formed a formation. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could she block his sword? Chapter 12:18. Is that so? Nalan Bing's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, she flicked the long sword in her hand and passed through Fang Yuan like a ghost. A crisp sound was heard, but no one knew where it came from. Drip. Blood was dripping from Nalan Bing's long sword. Nalan Bing had not participated in the battle since the beginning. She had been under the protection of the three old scholars. Where did this drop of blood come from? Junior sister? The three old scholars opened their eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, they were worried about Nalan Bing's safety. However, after seeing Fang Yuan's neck slowly split open, they were shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. Fang Yuan, the genius of the moon worship demonic sect who had sent the three of them flying, had his head chopped off by Nalan Bing's sword. How was this possible? Plop. The head of the number one genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, fell to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Among these people, there were people from the Northern Heavens Academy and the moon worship demonic sect. There was no lack of experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, none of them had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. Killing the number one genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, with a single strike. Even the jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jia, could not compare to this strength. When did Nalan Bing become so strong? However, among the people present, there was one person who had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. That person was Yi Xian. As expected of a reincarnator. You have some skills. Yi Xian sized up Fang Yuan from the corner of his eyes as he fought. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew about Nalan Bing's background. As for Scar, he might not know either. At this moment, in the sky. Fang Yuan? The sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan Qing, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Yuan was the focus of the moon worship demonic sect's cultivation. However, he was challenged and killed in a single strike. This must be a dream. However, the pain on Fang Yuanqing's body made him realize that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan was indeed killed in an instant. What happened to Bing Er? She has become even stronger than Ajia. Nalan Hao was shocked. Ever since he rescued Nalan Bing, he felt that his daughter was very strange. Now that he saw this scene, he began to suspect that his daughter was not someone else's fake daughter. Right, could it be because of that super expert? A possibility flashed through Nalan Hao's mind. He estimated that this super expert was at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the fulfillment realm or even higher. In order to make Nalan Bing compromise, he first passed on some things to her. That must be it. Nalan Hao thought to himself. Since Nalan Bing's strength had increased so much that even Fang Yuan had died at her hands, Nalan Hao was no longer worried. After all, the fulfillment realm experts were all fighting in the air and were suppressed by them. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, Nalan Hao suddenly shouted. All right. The other Northern Heavens Academy's academicians shouted in response. In the next moment, Nalan Hao took out a large amount of treasures from his interspatial ring. Kill character formula. Mountain River treasure map. all the academicians took out their treasures. Although some of these treasures were not in the top 10, when used on the moon worship demonic sect experts, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the moon veil on the moon worship demonic sect experts quietly collapsed. Not only that, but even their demon veins were suppressed by a third. Their combat strength was reduced by a third in an instant. The moon worship demonic sect was originally at a disadvantage. Now that they were shocked, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Fang Yuanqing made a prompt decision and turned around to run. The rest of the moon worship demonic sect experts also realized that they were in trouble and retreated while fighting. Moon worship demonic sect, now you know how powerful we are. Tang Hongqiang laughed loudly and took the lead to chase after them. Now was the chance to beat them while they were down. At this time, more than half of the remaining moon worship demonic sect members were killed. Only half of them were left. The remaining people were already unable to move when the Northern Heavens Academy's treasures appeared. Then, they were instantly killed by the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the blink of an eye, the entire moon worship demonic sect only had a dozen fulfillment realm experts left. Moreover, these experts were fleeing while covering their heads. As the moon worship demonic sect experts were retreating, the underworld assassins led by Scar intercepted them. Scar, **CK your ancestors. Fang Yuanqing couldn't help but curse. The winner takes all. Just admit it. The scar-faced man said slowly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fang Yuanqing shouted and launched an attack at the scar-faced man. Just with your current strength? The scar-faced man showed a disdainful expression. At this time, the moon worship demonic sect experts were shocked by the treasures and had less than 70% of their strength left. What was there to be afraid of? Bang! The two true chis collided, and Fang Yuanqing's attack instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Northern Heavens Academy experts chasing after the moon worship demonic sect members also used the same magical power. Righteous Yang Scripture, Blazing Sun Convergence. The small suns above the heads of the dozen fulfillment realm experts all converged above Tang Hongqiang's head and merged together. The small sun above Tang Hongqiang's head expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a radius of 20 meters. Moon worship demonic sect, die. Tang Hongqiang's eyes flickered, and the small sun above his head burst out a dazzling light. This light directly shone on the backs of the moon worship demonic sect members. ZZZ. The backs of the moon worship demonic sect members all began to burn, including Fang Yuanqing, who was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. No, Fang Yuanqing screamed in pain. He knew that this time, they were done for, but he was unwilling to accept that the moon worship demonic sect would be destroyed just like this, and at the hands of his sworn enemy, the Northern Heavens Academy. Hundreds of years ago, the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed once, and after hundreds of years of struggling at death's door, they finally rose from the ashes. But now, they were destroyed again. Huff huff huff. In just a breath, Fang Yuanqing and the others were burned to ashes. The moon worship demonic sect was finally destroyed. However, Fang Yuanqing had already arranged everything before this. Simply speaking, the moon worship demonic sect members were not all dead yet. They would hide and fight with the Northern Heavens Academy in the future. After seeing this scene, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy revealed gratified smiles. They finally took revenge for the Northern Heavens Academy experts who had died. At the same time, they also knew that the moon worship demonic sect was still alive, but they could no longer threaten them. Chapter 12:19. Next, the Northern Heavens Academy would develop greatly. In the future, even if the moon worship demonic sect grew again, they would not be a threat. Nalan Hao looked at the corpses on the ground that were burned by the righteous Yang Scripture and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that it would be so easy to destroy the moon worship demonic sect this time. One must know that they were still in danger a minute ago. This time, fortunately, the assassins from the underworld did not join in. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die in this battle. Congratulations Dean Nalan for destroying the moon worship demonic sect. The scarred man also cupped his fist and smiled. Humph. Nalan how coldly snorted. Although the underworld did not join in this time, the underworld assisted the moon worship demonic sect last time and killed many scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy. They even kidnapped his son, Nalan Jia. This hatred was not over yet. Dean Nalan, now, shouldn't we talk about our matter? The scarred man said to Nalan Hao. Hearing this, Nalan Hao turned to look at Nalan Bing. Bing, did you really see that senior? Yes. Nalan Bing nodded. That's true, but the underworld captured Jia. If they really wanted to take him as a disciple, why would they entrust him to the underworld? Nalan Hao did not understand the situation. That day, because of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy suffered heavy losses and 3 fulfillment realm scholars died. However, without the underworld, the moon worship demonic sect might not be destroyed. At that time, the moon worship demonic sect would hide in the dark and start to nibble away at the Northern Heavens Academy. Don't worry. I, Scarface, swear on my life that Nalan Jia is still alive and well. After a while, that senior will come to Tianyuan City after finishing his business. If you don't believe me, you can come to Tianyuan City's underworld. Scarface said sternly. Hearing this, Nalan Hao turned to look at the surrounding people to see if there were any other opinions. If what Dao Boss said was false, he could have taken advantage of the situation to rob us. In that case, we would have suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate the moon worship demonic cult. We might even have died here. Tang Hongchang whispered. Indeed, if the underworld had taken action, this battle would not have ended so quickly and the Northern Heavens Academy would have been in danger. Bing, you decide for yourself, Nalan Hao said to Nalan Bing. Father, I will follow them and take a look. Nalan Bing replied. Alright, this is your decision. Nalan Hao nodded and said to the scarred assassin, if what you said is false, I, Nalan Hao, will destroy the underworld even if I have to die. The underworld he was talking about was only the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. This scarred assassin was the sect master of this underworld branch. The true hell was so powerful that it even had rebirth realm assassins. In the eyes of the true underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy was nothing more than an ant. Don't worry. It's your honor that this big shot has taken a fancy to your children. The scarred assassin laughed. In fact, even he didn't know who wanted to capture Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. When that big shot heard these 2 names, he immediately gave the order to release the other siblings and only wanted Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. After that, Nalan Bing left the Northern Heavens Academy's group and shot towards the underworld's assassins. Seeing Nalan Bing coming over, the scarred assassin smiled and said, "Little girl, let's go." After saying that, he led the assassins and disappeared into the darkness. Nalan Hao and the others looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. After a while, Nalan Hao said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the people." Now that the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed, they probably wouldn't rise again in a short period of time. They could finally relax. In this battle, although the Northern Heavens Academy crushed the moon worship demonic sect, many scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy died in this battle. There were a total of 50 of them. Because this battle was very important, no one would collect the corpses in the middle. Even the actions of collecting the universe rings were very rare. Soon, the dead people were all collected by Nalan Hao into the universe ring. When they returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, they would be buried one by one. As for the corpses of the moon worship demonic sect, they would just throw them in the wilderness. After all, this was an unmarked graveyard. However, Nalan Hao and the others missed out on one thing. Yi Xian, who had obtained Elder Lu's blood letter, was nowhere to be seen. The moon worship demonic sect leader's universe ring contained the strongholds of the moon worship demonic sect. Therefore, Nalan Hao immediately ordered people to clean up these strongholds. Although they couldn't completely eliminate them, they could still deal a heavy blow to the moon worship demonic sect. The more thoroughly they cleaned up, the more time it would take for the moon-worship demonic sect to rise again. After a while, hundreds of disciples and scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy took the stronghold maps and left. Where's that kid? Only at this time did Elder Lu realize that Yi Xian, who had broken the 7 profound demonic sword formation and saved his life, was nowhere to be seen. Elder Lu, who are you talking about? One of the scholars asked. Yi Xian, who broke the 7 profound demonic sword formation that day. Why is he missing? Elder Lu frowned. After his reminder, the surrounding people also reacted. Right, Yi Xian hadn't been here since a while ago. Could it be that he was killed in the chaotic battle? Nalan Hao said with a frown. Yi Xian was a very good seed. His Silent Night Thoughts was ranked 5th on the famous works list. In the future, his achievements might even surpass them. However, there was no sign of Yi Xian in the surroundings, nor was there a corpse. Where did he go? Immediately, Nalan Hao checked his universe ring and found that Yi Xian's corpse wasn't inside. Elder Lu, I saw that kid easily kill the moon-worship demonic sect's 9th level Nether Passage realm survivor. He's very strong and shouldn't have died in that chaotic battle. I guess that we didn't notice him, so he took the map and left. One of the scholars replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu nodded slightly. However, a 7th level Nether Passage realm expert could kill a 9th level Nether Passage realm expert. Such a genius should be nurtured with great effort. This matter would have to wait until Yi Xian returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. However, how could they know that Yi Xian didn't leave with the moon-worship demonic sect stronghold map? Before this, he had already concealed his aura and disguised himself as a normal person to blend into the group of assassins. At this time, he was following the group of assassins towards distant Sky City. This group of assassins had more than 100 people, and they were all at least 8th level Nether Passage realm experts. Among them, there were nearly 10 fulfillment realm experts. Chapter 12:20. Nalan Bing, who had willingly left, followed behind the scarred assassin. At this time, the scarred assassin suddenly asked, Nalan Bing, I wonder if I can ask who that big shot is? It's best if you don't ask. Nalan Bing replied in a cold tone. Just now, the scarred assassin had given Nalan Bing a secret signal from his lips. With this signal, Nalan Bing knew who was looking for her and Nalan Jia. The person who was looking for them was not an enemy, but an ally. That was why she left with him. After hearing Nalan Bing's answer, the knife-scarred assassin was very unhappy. He thought that if it wasn't for some big shot taking a fancy to Nalan Bing, he would have raped Nalan Bing and then killed her. However, as long as he completed this mission, the rewards he would receive would be the most he had ever seen as an assassin. Therefore, Nalan Bing was equivalent to his money bags. As long as he completed this mission, he would be satisfied in the future. However, he did not know that an uninvited guest had sneaked into his team. At this time, at the back of the team, there was an assassin dressed in black with only 2 eyes exposed. His face under the mask revealed a sly sneer. This assassin was Yi Xian, who had used the assassination state to sneak into the team. Mo Shui would rather die in my hands than be killed by Nalan Bing. This shows how much hatred he has. Since I promised Mo Shui, I will fulfill this promise. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried. Although Nalan Bing was his senior sister and the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, Nalan Bing had set a trap for him. Moreover, after Nalan Bing had awakened, she still did so. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill Nalan Bing. This time, he had hidden in the team for no other reason than to kill Nalan Bing. Of course, Nalan Bing was being escorted by the scarred assassin, a second-stage fulfillment realm expert. In addition, there were nearly 10 first-stage fulfillment realm assassins. Therefore, if Yi Xian was exposed, he would definitely be besieged. However, Yi Xian had been suppressing a battle intent that had not completely erupted in his heart. Just now, when the Northern Heavens Academy fought against the moon-worship demonic sect, the number of people on both sides was about the same. Therefore, the battle ended very quickly, and he didn't gain much from it. Now, this assassin troop had more than 100 people, and no one could compete with him. If he could kill all of these enemies, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, killing Nalan Bing would be extremely easy. Slaughtering Feast, Blade Storm. If these two skills are used together, I wonder how strong they would be. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Feast of Slaughter was his initial skill after fusing with the Slaughter God bloodline. After activating it, he would become braver the more he killed for a certain period of time. The more people he killed, the more his strength would increase. Blade Storm was a new skill after the fusion of Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords in origin. Its power was needless to say. This time, Yi Xian had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and kill Nalan Bing. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he devoured the 10,000 words blood oath and the weapons that had killed many people. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. However, what surprised him was that he had overestimated the value of the 10,000 words blood oath. The killing intent that the 10,000 words blood oath gave him was not enough to activate Bladestorm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everything was ready, except for the crucial element. But now, something had gone wrong with Bladestorm. What should he do? Damn it, I'll do it all the same. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He gathered his true qi and all creation's strength, then slashed with his sword. Slaughtering Feast. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. A powerful flame dragon roared out, instantly engulfing several assassins in black in front of Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, these assassins were incinerated by the flame dragon. This attack caused the death of 8 people, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. An ordinary peerless flame dragon slash would not have been able to create such an effect. However, Yi Xian had fused Killing Intent Explosion with it this time, so its power was multiplied. The killing intent from Killing Intent Explosion would increase as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased. To put it simply, there was a limit to the amount of killing intent that could be unleashed every time. This time, Yi Xian had unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. Hearing the commotion behind them, the scarred assassin and the others could not help but stop. They turned around and saw that someone was making a move. What's going on? The scarred assassin and the others did not understand the situation. They were all on the same side. As long as they returned to Tianyuan City and waited for the big shots to arrive, they would be rewarded handsomely. But now, why would someone suddenly make a move? However, the scarred assassin and the others did not directly attack and take down the rebel Yi Xian. After all, the dead would not receive any rewards. The more people that died, the more rewards the others would receive. However, when Nalan Bing saw this scene, her eyes widened involuntarily, because she saw a familiar ability. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, is it him? Nalan Bing immediately reacted. Although she could not see the person who used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, she was certain that this person was the assassin who chased after her that day, the one who killed Imo Shui. She did not expect that this assassin had been hiding in the team all this time. More importantly, even she did not notice him. Now, I will take revenge for that day. Nalan Bing snorted and suddenly took out her long sword, ready to charge forward and cut Yi Xian into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash several times, killing more than 30 assassins. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash that was infused with killing intent was extremely powerful. Every time he killed an enemy, his killing intent would skyrocket. It was very profitable. Not enough, not enough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. Although he received a lot of killing intent, he was still unable to use the Bladestorm. However, it might be enough to collect all of these people's interspatial rings. These assassins had killed countless people, and their weapons were full of killing intent. If they were devoured, he could still obtain a considerable amount of killing intent. Moreover, there were many good things in these people's interspatial rings that could help him break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalan Bing found me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he felt a familiar aura rushing toward him. However, he was not afraid. Luo Luo, come! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Luo Luo, who had been concentrating on cultivating in the planting space, had also broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, watch me. After Luo Luo appeared, a pink eyeball immediately formed. Chapter 1221. Back at Black Chaos Corner, Luo Luo was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, but her eye of enchantment had charmed dozens of people and caused the Phantom Gang to kill each other. This time, she played a very important role as well. The eyes of the group of assassins were all focused on the big pink eyeball. This was exactly what they wanted. Enchantment. Luo Luo controlled the eye of enchantment and focused it on 10 people. These 10 were all 9th level Nether Passage realm experts. Not only that, but Yi Xian also used his new skill. Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell was the result of the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was both an illusion and a mental attack. In fact, its effect was stronger than both. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell into the illusion. Ah, Flame Demon. Flame Demon, many people cried out in alarm, and then directly attacked the people around them. In the blink of an eye, this group of assassins was half taken out by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. These two guys are pretty good. Nalan Bing thought to herself. Yi Xian, she wanted to kill him. As for Luo Luo, she wanted to capture her. Yi Xian's gaze swept over and landed on Nalan Bing's body. Immediately after, he had Luo Luo control the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts and attack her. Understood, young master. Luo Luo immediately did as she was told. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts attacked Nalan Bing directly. The face of the knife-scarred man behind them darkened and he yelled, "Not good, help." Nalan Bing was his mission target. He had to escort her safely to distant Sky City and wait for the experts to arrive. If something happened to Nalan Bing, he would have to find a place to hide. Because he didn't do his job well, only death awaited him. In the blink of an eye, the knife-scarred man and the other 1st level Fulfillment Realm assassins all rushed out. Although they hoped that fewer assassins would receive the reward, if Nalan Bing died, not only would they not receive the reward, but their lives would also be in danger. Therefore, they had to protect Nalan Bing with all their strength. However, even though they reacted quickly, they were still a beat too slow. The attacks of the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts were already in front of Nalan Bing. Humph. Petty tricks. Nalan Bing snorted softly, and the real chi and the power of all creations on her body surged, and condensed into a layer of ice armor around her body. Kacha. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These attacks, without exception, all landed on the ice armor. Not a single one was able to penetrate the ice armor and injure Nalan Bing. As expected of a reincarnator. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly struck out with his sword. Another flame dragon that was infused with killing intent rushed out and attacked Nalan Bing. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones, because Yi Xian had already used a feast of slaughter from the very beginning. His current strength was 30% stronger than before. This was the boost he received after killing so many assassins. After feeling the extraordinariness of this aura, Nalan Bing's expression became even more gloomy. This attack was incomparably powerful, and even she had to use all her strength to block it. But before that, the Scarred Assassin arrived first. The Scarred Assassin was the sect master of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. He was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, and he had 2 natal palaces in his body. He casually swung his sword and shattered Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash. What a hindrance. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his strength was still increasing. That was because the people that Luo Luo killed could also be considered as his. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, you two go as well. Yi Xian swung the Sky Quake sword in his hand. Both the Sky Quake Sword and the Thunder Pearl had reached the 9th level of the Netherpassage realm. Although the Thunder Pearl no longer had any skills, it was still very useful. It had no problem killing an ordinary 8th level Netherpassage realm cultivator. On the other side, the 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were taking care of the traitors. At the same time, they had their eyes set on Luoluo. Whoever captures that little fox alive will be greatly rewarded. At this time, Nalan Bing shouted loudly. What? Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. Who was Nalan Bing? She was someone chosen by a big shot. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. The 8 assassins were originally planning to kill Luoluo, but when they heard this, they all surrounded her. You think you can capture me with just your strength? Luoluo had a disdainful expression. Immediately, hundreds of clones appeared. Then, these clones all formed 7 demonic flames. 7 colored demonic flames, 1,000-layer explosion. All Luoluos attacked together. A powerful aura caused the 8 Fulfillment Realm experts to break out in cold sweat. This attack is no small matter. Defend with all your strength. A Fulfillment Realm assassin yelled. Among the 100 clones, there were more than 70 true energy clones. Only 20 or so were fake. If these 70 true energy clones attacked at full power, even the scarred assassin would have a hard time defending. This was why Yi Xian always gave Luoluo treasures. Although Luoluo wasn't a reincarnator, she had awakened the heavenly loathing fox bloodline and was very powerful. If she grew up, she would be Yi Xian's right-hand woman. These treasures were much better than using them on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's leveling up experience was too terrifying. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield was swept up into a giant wave. The assassins in the range of the explosions were blown to pieces. Not only that, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins were actually pushed back by this attack. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. Otherwise, they would have been injured. So scary. She has such destructive power at the 7th level of the Netherpassage realm. Who is this little girl? These Fulfillment Realm assassins all thought to themselves. The scarred assassin was the same. He wondered who Luoluo was. This little fox probably awakened some kind of bloodline, and its grade is high. I must get her body. Nalan Bing's eyes revealed an expression she had never seen before. Compared to Yi Xian, she wanted to capture Luoluo more. This way, she could use a secret art to steal Luoluo's body. Nalan Bing looked at Luoluo and reminded, be careful. Don't kill by mistake, or I'll kill him. Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. It seemed that they would have to be careful. Go. Everyone went forward again. You bastards. You're bullying me with numbers. Taste this. Luoluo snorted softly. The long white tail behind her suddenly split into 5. 6 tails, appear. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Luoluo attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. 6 tails. Nalan Bing's expression turned serious. The greed in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 12:22. In Nalan Bing's previous tribe, even foxes who had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to grow 3 tails. Even foxes who had lived for thousands of years might not have 6 tails. Nalan Bing was only at this level when she was at her peak. However, Luoluo was only at the 7th level of the Netherpassage realm. She only had a lifespan of 100 years. Nalan Bing estimated that Luoluo was no more than 20 years old. To have 6 tails before the age of 20 meant that she was the number 1 genius in the history of the fox race. I must have her. I must have her body. Nalan Bing's eyes widened as she stared at Luoluo. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw Nalan Bing's expression that seemed to be on the verge of madness. This Nalan Bing has been coveting Luoluo. I can't let her succeed. Yi Xian said in his mind and hastily attacked. However, the scarred assassin easily blocked his attack. Kid, you're not someone I recruited. Who are you? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. Guess who I am? Yi Xian snorted and continued attacking. Right now, he was stalling for time. The more time passed, the stronger his strength would become. Because there were people constantly dying. If you won't tell me, then I'll do it myself. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as he prepared to kill Yi Xian. However, Nalan Bing suddenly said, Scar, you go too. Capture that girl and I'll teach you a fragmentation divine ability. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred assassin was dumbfounded. Fragmentation divine ability? The scarred assassin gulped. He was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm and had barely learned a low-level fulfillment divine ability. However, Nalan Bing said that she would teach him a fragmentation divine ability. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible? Why, you're serious? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. A fragmentation divine ability. However, even a 9th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner might not know a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Why would she know one? Could it be, the scarred assassin guessed, is Nalan Bing a reincarnator? Previously, he had heard that Nalan Bing had broken free from her shackles and then erupted with a powerful strength. Now that he thought about it, Nalan Bing might really be a reincarnator. Reincarnator, he had actually managed to gain the support of a reincarnator. This meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the future. That's right, shatter your divine ability, as long as you can catch that girl. Nalan Bing nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the scarred assassin hesitated. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest. He was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If he attacked, Luolua would probably be captured by him in an instant. However, if he were to leave and Nalan Bing was unable to defeat Yi Xian, not only would he not be able to obtain the shattering ability, but his life would also be in danger. Hence, he decided to kill Yi Xian first before capturing Luoluo. However, just as he was about to make a move, Nalan Bing continued, Don't be a busybody. Go and capture that girl. I want to personally kill this brat. When these words entered the ears of the scarred assassin, he couldn't help but stop. After a short pause, he rushed towards Luoluo. Luoluo, Dao Ba is heading towards you. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Don't worry, young master. It's not like you didn't hear them. They want to capture me. Even if I'm captured, can't you immediately rescue me? Luoluo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Indeed, as long as she was within Yi Xian's sensing range, Luoluo would instantly be sent into the artifact space or the plantation space. Hence, Yi Xian could focus on dealing with Nalan Bing. Was it you who killed Mo Shui? After the scarred assassin left, Nalan Bing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. That's right. Yi Xian replied. Mo Shui's life is mine. How dare you interfere? You're courting death. Nalan Bing didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A cold light shot towards Yi Xian. It was the life-seizing soul slash. Tisk, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he also slashed with his sword. Although he was a level lower than Nalan Bing, with the assassination mode, killing feast, and killing intent explosion, he might not be weaker than Nalan Bing. Previously, he was waiting for the killing intent to increase. As long as the killing intent reached the required amount for Bladestorm, then he would be able to kill everyone. However, he used Luoluo as bait to lure the enemy away. Hence, he had to kill Nalan Bing within this period of time. Otherwise, once Luoluo was captured, these people would immediately turn around and attack him. He would be doomed eternally. Young master, I can only hold on for 2 seconds. Luoluo reminded. 2 seconds should be enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as 2 golden lights shot out. Eye of Glory. A set of golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Although the Overlord's limitless sword had been recalled by the system and Yi Xian had obtained a point of devouring, the Eye of Glory could still be used. In an instant, Yi Xian's true energy turned golden. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After activating the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian once again slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was much stronger than before. The reason Yi Xian hadn't taken it out earlier was because he was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to kill Nalan Bing in one hit. This golden flame dragon roared as it attacked Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian, a mere 7th level Nether Passage realm martial artist, would be able to unleash such an attack. The Sword God's bloodline, the Eye of Glory, the eruption of killing intent, and the command of death. All of these factors added together allowed this peerless flame dragon slash to have the power to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. If Nalan Bing didn't have the ability, she would definitely die under this attack. Nalan Bing didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to use the soul-seeking fatal slash. Instead, she used her ultimate move. 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash. Whoosh! This sword beam pierced through the air and collided with the golden flame dragon. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, she was also a reincarnator. However, Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary after he merged with the God of Slaughter's bloodline. In this clash, Yi Xian had the upper hand. 2 seconds is enough for me to use the peerless flame dragon slash 3 more times. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the huge explosion in front of him. However, Nalan Bing could probably use the 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash 3 more times. Therefore, if he didn't use some trump cards, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Nalan Bing. The 10 9th level Nether Passage realm martial artists under Luolua's control had all been taken care of by the Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently fighting Nalan Bing alone. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card, one that he had almost never used before. Chapter 1223. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Come out. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He waved his hands, and in the next moment, a dense pack of black shadows appeared around him. Before this, he had taken in a lot of exotic beasts and let them reproduce endlessly in the planting space. These exotic beasts had grown to at least the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm after being nourished by the abundant natural energy. Some of them had even reached the 5th level. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation level and Nalan Bing's, their numbers were enough to make Nalan Bing pale. The blue silk snakes, 100-flower butterflies, and lightning blade mantis were fine, but the poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were very good at reproducing. Before Yi Xian released them, they had already gathered an army of 100,000 inside. Before this, Yi Xian was worried about the number of exotic beasts. Because the planting space was not big enough, he wanted to use some of them. Now, they finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes appeared, shocking everyone. Besides that, thousands of lightning blade mantis, 100-flower butterflies, and blue silk snakes were mobilized. What is this? Everyone was shocked, including the Fulfillment Realm experts. Nalan Bing was also shocked. With so many exotic beasts surrounding her, even a Fulfillment Realm expert would have to avoid them. Go! At Yi Xian's order, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts swarmed toward Nalan Bing. At the same time, Yi Xian launched another attack. Killing Intent Eruption. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon led the exotic beast army and charged toward Nalan Bing. Not good. The scarred assassin and the others paled. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to protect Nalan Bing. If Nalan Bing died, not only would they lose their reward, they would also have to flee this place. Anyone could die, but not Nalan Bing. Yi Xian predicted that Nalan Bing would not be able to stop the exotic beast army. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator. she would not die so easily. She immediately channeled a large amount of true energy and manifestation power to form layers of ice armor around herself. In the blink of an eye, an ice crystal cage appeared and protected her. Boom! The flame dragon's peerless slash hit the ice crystal cage, but it only broke through a few layers of ice crystal defense, not even half of it. Immediately after, tens of thousands of exotic beasts surrounded Nalan Bing and began to attack. Yi Xian did not expect Nalan Bing to have such a strong defensive mystique. It seemed like this was going to be troublesome. Kacha! 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 The bloodthirsty mosquitoes' sharp mouths kept stabbing at the ice crystal cage, but the difference in their realms was too great, so they couldn't break through its defense. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately gave them other orders. Change the target. In an instant, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced toward the other assassins. I've just learned a heart's will divine ability some time ago. It just so happens that I can test its power today. When the scarred assassin saw that Nalan Bing was safe, he immediately snorted coldly. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. He suddenly swept the sword in his hand, and an extremely ordinary sword ray swept into the group of exotic beasts. However, this attack was not that simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the sword ray entered the group of exotic beasts, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Countless sword rays appeared and swept away all the exotic beasts in the surroundings. In an instant, more than 20,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes and poison wasp king were torn to shreds. Severed limbs flew through the air. The entire group of exotic beasts was reduced by half. This move was also beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding! Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind has been successfully copied. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he listened to the system notification. With his current realm, he could use it. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Go! Without another word, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. Whoosh! This sword ray tore through the air, but its target was not Nalan Bing. It was the first-level fulfillment realm assassins. What? This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Wasn't this what the scarred assassin used just now? Not good, run. The fulfillment realm experts who were fighting Luo Luo immediately retreated when they saw this attack. This move was a heart's will divine ability. Even if the person who used it was just a 7th-level Nether Passage realm brat, it was not to be underestimated. However, there were still 3 fulfillment realm experts who were too slow to dodge and were heavily injured by the sword energy that burst out of the sword beam. This whirlwind was a move that gathered a large amount of true energy and then exploded. However, this move could easily injure allies, so Yi Xian quickly summoned Luo Luo back. Then, Luo Luo appeared again. Young master, for you. Luo Luo took out a handful of universe rings and handed them to Yi Xian. Just now, she had used the charmed people to collect universe rings. There were 50 of them in total. All right. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured these universe rings. However, these Netherworld Palace assassins were out on a mission, so there wouldn't be too many things. Yi Xian couldn't break through. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. The "a little more" he was referring to was his realm and killing intent. These things weren't enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Nether Passage realm, and they weren't enough for him to use Bladestorm either. This time, he was screwed. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, the scarred assassin had already slashed again. This time, it was the heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. It tore apart the remaining exotic beasts. Now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were like turtles in a jar. Young master, what should we do? Luo Luo couldn't help but ask. At this time, Yi Xian was also hesitating. Should he continue fighting or run? In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and that was the Eye of Assassination. However, the Eye of Assassination consumed a lot of killing intent. Once he used it, he probably wouldn't be able to use Bladestorm. A reincarnator really isn't that easy to kill. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Previously, he was at the same level as Mo Shui, but he couldn't do anything to Mo Shui. Now that he was one level lower than Nalan Bing, if he broke through, Nalan Bing would definitely die. What he lacked was only luck. I'll let you guys off for now. Let's go. Yi Xian glanced at the experts that were flying towards him and directly broke through the void. What? The scarred assassin and the others were shocked as they watched the void door close. Crack. At this time, the ice crystal cage suddenly shattered, and Nalan Bing walked out of it. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xian left. Find them. We must find them. Nalan Bing immediately ordered. Chapter 12:24. Of course, Nalan Bing's target wasn't Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. However, Yi Xian had already run far away. At this moment, in another part of the unmarked common graves. Young master, what a pity. Luo Luo couldn't help but say. Yeah, just a little bit more. Yi Xian nodded helplessly. There was another reason why he ran away. The duration of the Feast of Slaughter was about to end. The deaths of so many people had increased the Feast of Slaughter's buff by 50%. That was why he could fight with Nalan Bing. If the duration of the Feast of Slaughter was over, his strength would fall. However, he wouldn't be able to fight with Nalan Bing. Thus, he could only give up on this mission. However, there weren't any random missions now and he was about to break through. As long as the death warrant was still in effect, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This group of people is heading towards Tianyuan City. That means Nalan Bing's brother, Nalan Jia, is probably in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian said in his heart. He guessed that Nalan Jia hadn't awakened yet. The latter should be his senior brother. However, he had already promised Mo Shui. Thus, he had to kill Nalan Jia. If he were to awaken as well and join forces with Nalan Bing, then it would not be so easy to kill Nalan Bing. Thus, he had to rush to Tianyuan City before the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing. Let's go. Immediately, Yi Xian started running and hurrying on his way. The scarred assassin was the leader of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. In other words, there weren't many experts in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. His success rate was high as long as he got there before them. On the other side, Nalan Bing ordered a search of the surroundings. It took a long time. During the search, Yi Xian had already passed them and was heading towards Tianyuan City. The group of assassins couldn't find anything. Thus, they could only stop and escort Nalan Bing to Tianyuan City first. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the blood-red kill word in the sky. With the death warrant, he could clearly feel that Nalan Bing was behind him. From the unmarked common graves to Tianyuan City, it would take at least a day's time to travel at full speed. However, I don't need to rest while traveling. I will definitely be able to arrive before them. Yi Xian said to himself. The group of killers also needed to use their movement divine abilities to travel. Their true qi was not inexhaustible, so they were slower than Yi Xian. Very quickly, a day later, Yi Xian arrived at Tianyuan City. The city master of Heaven Distant City was a fulfillment realm expert. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he could already contend against an expert of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he directly entered Tianyuan City and sensed his surroundings. The perceptive eye, spiritual sense, and killer instinct allowed his perception range to be even greater than that of a first-level intent realm expert. Right now, he was looking for experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Got it. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed forward. This 9th level Nether Passage realm expert was eating in a restaurant. Yi Xian was looking for him for no other reason than to ask for the location of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian directly rushed to the restaurant and used his heaven's eye from afar. Scorching hell. This new move was very useful. In the blink of an eye, this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man was trapped in an illusion. Around this illusory realm, there was scorching magma everywhere. The rising flame aura made the old man feel so hot that his chest felt stuffy. What's going on? The old man was a little surprised. He immediately stood up and found himself on top of a large stone pillar. Below his feet was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. The strongest illusion art not only blinded the enemy's eyes, but also deceived their spiritual sense and memories, making them feel like they were in reality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Although this 9th level nether passage realm old man had lived for more than half his life, he had only just broken through. He had no resistance to Yi Xian's Heaven's Eye attack. After the old man was controlled, Yi Xian withdrew the illusion. Then, the old man left behind a few inner demon pills and rushed out of the restaurant. Greetings, master. The old man said respectfully as he came to Yi Xian's side. Do you know where the underworld branch of Tianyuan City is located? Yi Xian asked directly without hesitation. I do. The old man nodded. In fact, he was also an assassin in the underworld. He had accepted and issued several missions before, so he knew where the underworld branch was. Very good. Take me there. Yi Xian said with great satisfaction. His purpose in coming to Tianyuan City was to find the underworld branch. If Nalan Jia was there, it would be best if he could control Nalan Jia. This was because Nalan Bing was someone he had to kill. If he killed Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although Nalan Jia hasn't awakened, he is still a reincarnator. He won't be so easy to control. If I fail, then I can only kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he followed the old man. He was on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't something a few 9th level nether passage realm cultivators could make up for. Unless he destroyed the city lord's residence in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to kill his way into the underworld and kill Nalan Jia. Then, he would break through and wait for Nalan Bing. Killing two birds with one stone. After a while, the controlled old man brought Yi Xian to a seemingly ordinary residence. This place was very cheap, and very few people passed by. However, Yi Xian felt an unusual aura. There were more than 10 8th and 9th level nether passage realm experts hidden around this residence. It seemed that he had found the right place. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. The old man came to the residence and knocked a few times. 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Then, a middle-aged man came to open the door. Do you want to eat or stay? Asked the 9th level nether passage realm middle-aged man. This was a professional job. In other restaurants, it meant to eat, but in this restaurant, it meant to issue missions. As for staying, it meant accepting missions. Eating. The old man answered directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yi Xian, who was behind the old man, flashed. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. This middle-aged man had already broken through to the 9th level of the nether passage realm, so his soul was much stronger than the old man Yi Xian was currently controlling. Chapter 1225. The middle-aged man started to fall into an illusion. Then, he was attacked by the eye of control and immediately reacted. However, before he could speak, Yi Xian used another round of attacks. Ding! Control successful. The middle-aged man was immediately controlled by Yi Xian. Come, let's go in. Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man in his mind. Then, the middle-aged man led Yi Xian and the middle-aged man into the room. There was a hidden passage behind the bookshelves in the room. This was the entrance to Tianyuan City's underworld branch. However, they didn't immediately go down. Let me ask you, is there a person called Nalan Jia down there? He came from the Northern Heavens Academy and was kidnapped, asked Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out Nalan Jia's portrait from his universe ring. There is. A few days ago, the lords brought him here. However, I don't know if he's still down there. The middle-aged man shook his head. The underworld branch had many entrances and exits. This middle-aged man was only guarding one entrance. All right. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He directly passed through the formation and entered the underworld. It was very spacious down there. Even Yi Xian's perception couldn't cover it completely. At this time, there were still a few assassins and staff of the underworld. 22 9th level Nether Passage Realm cultivators and 7 1st level Fulfillment Realm cultivators. Yi Xian made a rough calculation. There were still some secret rooms in the underworld branch. He didn't know where Nailan Jia was. I didn't expect Tianyuan City's underworld branch to have so many experts. Were they originally here, or were they transferred from other places? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered. What he lacked now was natural treasures. Therefore, he decided to control all 22 9th level Nether Passage Realm experts first. When the time came, these people would be able to defend against a few Fulfillment Realm experts if they fought. He immediately began to act. If he delayed any longer, the scarred assassin and Nailan Bing would arrive. With the death warrant, Yi Xian could clearly sense the distance between him and Nailan Bing. He estimated that in half an hour, the scarred killer and Nailan Bing would be able to rush back. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian's servants increased in number. He first looked for martial artists with weaker auras. Such people were easier to control compared to others. Then, he asked them to go outside and bring all their belongings over. Yi Xian estimated that he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm as long as he gathered all of their belongings. At that time, would he even need to worry about not being able to fight a Fulfillment Realm expert? However, at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the underworld branch, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. What? 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Why was there another expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm in Sky Faraway City? Yi Xian immediately asked the middle-aged man who had received him. Master, this is the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch, Kuang Long. He was invited to protect Nailan Jia, the middle-aged man replied. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had only asked about Nailan Jia earlier, but he had been careless and forgot to ask about how many experts there were in the underworld branch. After the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch arrived, he directly walked into the depths of the underworld branch as if it was his own home. Scarface sent a message saying that a troublesome person might appear in Sky Faraway City. He asked me to protect Nailan Jia at all costs. Kuang Long was very disdainful of this Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. How troublesome could a troublesome person be in front of a 2nd level Fulfillment Realm expert like him? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he directly went to a secret room protected by a formation and sat down. At the same time, he also ordered the Fulfillment Realm experts of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch to be careful. Their every move fell into Yi Xian's ears. Now, Yi Xian was in a difficult situation. It seems that Nailan Jia is in that secret room. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that Nailan Jia had not awakened, it was the best time to kill him. However, Nailan Jia was surrounded by many experts. It would not be easy to kill Nailan Jia under the protection of so many experts. It was not that easy for a reincarnator to awaken. Back then, Yi Xian had accidentally awakened Mo Shui. However, when Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia met, Nailan Jia would probably awaken. When that time came, Yi Xian would lose the best opportunity. Let's do it. Yi Xian sensed Nailan Bing's location and immediately made a decision. Nailan Bing would be here soon. He had to act immediately. Immediately, he left the underworld branch and looted all of the controlled experts' belongings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. After the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. If he had been at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm back then, Nalan Bing would have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, he had only broken through now. All of you, attack the underworld branch in 1 minute. Yi Xian gave the order to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to create a diversion. He would use these people as bait to attack the underworld and lure away the fulfillment realm experts. Then, he would disguise himself as someone from the underworld branch and launch a sneak attack on Nalan Jie. With his realm, as long as Kuang Long didn't interfere, attacking the unawakened Nalan Jie was a 100% success rate. Yi Xian returned to the underworld and waited quietly. 1 minute later. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from above, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The members of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City all raised their heads. Could it be an earthquake? This thought flashed through many people's minds. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This wasn't an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation of the underworld branch. Boss Kuang Long, I'll go take a look. A fulfillment realm expert immediately said. He wanted to find out which bastard had the guts to attack one of Hell's branches. Even the Tianyuan City Lord didn't have the right to do so. Very soon, the fulfillment realm expert left through the back door. When he arrived outside, he discovered that there were more than 29th level experts attacking one of Hell's branches. How dare you! The fulfillment realm expert was enraged and immediately attacked. Chapter 12:26. Most importantly, these people had a captain, and this captain was a young fox girl with a long tail. Luo Luo. Empower me with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo Luo immediately ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 29th level Nether Passage realm experts empowered Luo Luo with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo Luo's speed instantly skyrocketed. Demon Fox Flash. Luo Luo turned into a bolt of white lightning and flashed past the fulfillment realm expert. Rip. A crisp sound rang, and the first level fulfillment realm expert's head was cut off by Luo Luo. Yesterday, Luo Luo had stopped 8 first level fulfillment realm experts by herself. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Today, with so many people helping her, it was within Yi Xian's expectations that she could kill a fulfillment realm expert instantly. Of course, the real reason this fulfillment realm expert died was because he was careless. He saw that Luo Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so he did not think much of her. Inside the Nether Palace branch. Seeing that the commotion at the top of Seizing Heart City's Nether Palace branch still hadn't stopped, Kuang Long said to the others, "Go, 2 more go and check." He guessed that the fulfillment realm expert must have been held back by Qin Lai. Yes, Lord Kuang Long. 2 fulfillment realm experts left the Nether Palace branch again. However, they still did not return. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in a corner, was using the Eye of Revelation to observe Kuang Long. There was a secret room behind Kuang Long. The array formation in this secret room was extremely profound. Yi Xian's Eye of Insight was unable to see through it, but the moment the Berserk Dragon came out, he felt the aura of a 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivator. Yi Xian estimated that the person inside the secret room was Nalan Jie. Right now, he was waiting for Kuang Long to personally go out and check. When the time came, he could directly enter the secret room and kill Nalan Jie inside. The 2 fulfillment realm experts who were sent out still had not returned. Right now, there were only 4 fulfillment realm experts in Kuang Long, who was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, left in distant Sky City's Nether Palace branch. What should we do, Lord Kuang Long? Asked a fulfillment realm expert. The 4 of you guard this place. I'll go out and take a look myself. Mad Dragon snorted coldly and walked toward the entrance. With his cultivation level, could it be that he couldn't take care of the people outside? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Berserk Dragon making a move. He immediately slipped into the shadows and headed for the secret room. The 3 fulfillment realm experts who went out just now were all killed by Luo Luo. At the same time, before Luo Luo had killed them, Yi Xian had already used up his killing intent and started a killing feast. The lives of 3 fulfillment realm experts caused Yi Xian's killing intent to skyrocket. At the same time, the slaughter feast's buff also skyrocketed. Luo Luo was his personal possession. The people that Luo Luo killed were considered to be killed by him. At this moment, the buff from the Feast of Slaughter was even greater than yesterday's battle against Nalan Bing. The 4 of you, prepare to die. Yi Xian stealthily made his way over. Although he didn't have the attack and speed bonuses of Assassinate, he still had burst of killing intent and eyes of glory. Add that to the fact that he was ambushing them, and he could take out at least 2 fulfillment realm experts in one go. Come. When Yi Xian got close, his eyes opened wide and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Eyes of glory. Burst of killing intent. Peerless flame dragon slash. A scorching hot aura spread through the branch of hell. This flame dragon had appeared out of nowhere and devoured 2 of the fulfillment realm experts in an instant. What? The remaining 2 fulfillment realm experts were shocked, but by the time they reacted, the other 2 had already been burned to ashes and died instantly. Instant kill. 2 first-level fulfillment realm experts no less. Yi Xian's strength was enough. You too, go to hell as well. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he prepared to use the peerless flame dragon slash again. But at this time, an aura suddenly appeared in his perception range. 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. This aura caused Yi Xian's mind to tremble. Before he could turn around, a blade beam came at him. Rip. This wave of saber light directly sliced Yi Xian in half. However, Yi Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, wouldn't die just like that. The divine tree of life's bloodline in his body activated the moment he was injured and began to heal him. It's that mad dragon. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Kid, you're the troublesome person in Scar's news, right? You don't look like much. Mad Dragon's voice rang behind Yi Xian. As it turned out, Mad Dragon had already guessed that Yi Xian had infiltrated the branch. Instead of going out to check the situation, he used a concealment method to avoid Yi Xian's perception. After Yi Xian attacked, he also attacked and killed Yi Xian. But how could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't die even if he was cut in half? Peerless Flame Dragon slash. After being cut in half, Yi Xian attacked again and attacked with another flame dragon. What? This time, Mad Dragon and the other 2 first-level fulfillment realm experts were shocked. How could a dead person attack? After all, Yi Xian's heart had already been cut in half. This scene was extremely shocking. While Mad Dragon was still shocked, the Flame Dragon had already devoured the other 2 first-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. In the blink of an eye, 2 more fulfillment realm experts had died. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Now that all 4 watchdogs were dead, the only one left was Nalan Jie. Slap. Yi Xian ignored the universe rings of the 4 corpses and slammed his palm on the ground, charging into the secret room. Nalan Jie, die. Without another word, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Pfft. The sword beam sank into the chest of the 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert in the secret room and pierced his heart. However, when Yi Xian focused his gaze, he discovered that the person inside wasn't the jade-faced scholar Nalan Jie, but someone he didn't recognize. What, a substitute? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person Mad Dragon was protecting personally wasn't Nalan Jie. Huh, you miscalculated. Mad Dragon's laughter rang out, but it was mixed with a lot of anger. This was because the corpses on the ground were all from Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. In other words, they were Mad Dragon's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had killed them, how could Mad Dragon not be angry? Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the ground. The moment the void door closed, the berserk dragon also charged into the secret room, preparing to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, when he entered, he discovered that Yi Xian was gone. The only thing left in the secret room was a warm corpse and some blood stains. Yi Xian, where did he go? How is this possible? Chapter 12:27. How is this possible? Mad Dragon couldn't believe it. He was an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm, yet an 8th level nether passage realm brat had escaped from him right under his nose. How was this possible? At that moment, he searched the entire secret room, but didn't find any trace of Yi Xian. Where was he? Where was he? Mad Dragon was stunned. Meanwhile, on the ground. You're out, young master. Luo Luo hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Xian emerge from the void eye. I failed. Nalan Jia isn't down there. He's probably hidden somewhere else. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the divine tree of life's bloodline healed his wounds to his thighs. He was fully healed in the blink of an eye. Luo Luo's face reddened when she saw Yi Xian's sinister lower body. She hurriedly turned away and said coquettishly, Young master, hurry and put on your clothes. Yi Xian finally reacted. He had been cut in half by Mad Dragon's blade at a 45-degree angle. However, the divine tree of life's bloodline wouldn't heal his clothes, so he was running around naked. He hurriedly put on a long robe and said, You hide first. I'll go in and take the items when Mad Dragon comes out, okay? Luo Luo nodded. Then, Yi Xian hid her in the planting space. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured the universe rings of the 3 fulfillment realm experts, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Mad Dragon was at the 2nd level of the nether passage realm. He was probably even stronger than the scarred assassin. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. However, Yi Xian waited outside for a while, but Mad Dragon didn't come out. What's going on? Even if Mad Dragon took the rings, he should come out and take a look. Yi Xian frowned and thought to himself. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Nalan Jia is still in the branch of the underworld and not elsewhere? Yi Xian suddenly thought. Nalan Jia might be in the branch of the underworld, but not in the secret room guarded by Mad Dragon. He should be in another secret room. That was why Kuang Long didn't dare to come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the people under his control were still attacking the underworld branch of Tianyuan City. He believed that the city guards and the city lord would be alerted soon. All of you, don't attack. Kill your way in. Yi Xian said to the assassins. Yes, master. The 10 nether passage experts nodded and entered the room from behind the bookshelves. As for Yi Xian, he went around to the back and entered through the back door. When he re-entered hell, he sensed that several servants had been killed. A mere nether passage realm cultivator dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Mad Dragon's voice reverberated throughout the entire branch of hell. Yi Xian spread out his senses and discovered that Berserk Dragon was in the midst of a massacre in front of a secret room in the corner. In the blink of an eye, all 10 9th level nether passage realm assassins were killed. Brat, I know you're here. Come out. The voice of the Berserk Dragon continued to reverberate. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mad Dragon were the only ones left in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. No, there was one more person, and that was the prisoner in the secret room behind Mad Dragon. However, because the door to the secret room was closed and the outside was protected by a formation, Yi Xian couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Even if there was someone inside, he wouldn't know if it was the jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jia. But the most important thing right now was to get rid of Mad Dragon. Otherwise, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing would catch up to him. Assassination mode. Yi Xian hid in the shadows of the corner and used the assassination mode to conceal his presence. Even if Mad Dragon's consciousness swept over him, he might not discover him. How could the god of slaughter bloodline be discovered so easily? After killing 3 fulfillment realm experts, my slaughter feast's buff has reached 50%. However, the time limit is almost up, so I must kill Mad Dragon before then. Yi Xian thought as he approached Mad Dragon. The lighting system of the underworld branch had been destroyed, so it was very dark right now. Yi Xian's assassination mode wasn't just effective in the dark. Simply put, hiding in the darkness would also increase his combat strength. Unfortunately, the Death Hunt command could only mark one person at a time. Otherwise, Yi Xian could mark Mad Dragon and increase his strength again. Mad Dragon guarded in front of the secret room very cautiously. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't a simple person. Not only did he not die after being cut in half, but he also used a mysterious method to escape right under his nose. And now, his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian at all. This method was too clever. After seeing how he killed 4 Fulfillment Realm experts in one hit, Mad Dragon didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was an assassin himself. He knew that if he let his guard down in battle, he could lose his life. Although his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian, Mad Dragon's intuition told him that Yi Xian was nearby. Plus, he had to guard this secret room, so he couldn't leave. He became Yi Xian's target. If I have the chance in the future, I must create the God of Slaughter set. This way, I can increase the level of all the God of Slaughter bloodline skills, Yi Xian thought as he said to Luo Luo in his mind, Luo Luo, I will delay Mad Dragon later. You enter the secret room and execute Nalan Jia on the spot. Emin, okay. Luo Luo was already on standby. She was waiting for Yi Xian's signal. After receiving Luo Luo's answer, Yi Xian's body shook violently. 2 golden lights burst out of his eyes. Eyes of glory. Killing intent eruption. Flame dragon's peerless slash. In an instant, the killing intent that Yi Xian deliberately hid was completely revealed. Whoosh whoosh. The dim underworld branch was suddenly illuminated by a fiery light. A dancing flame dragon danced wildly as it charged towards the berserk dragon. You're still here. Mad Dragon's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce and thick saber light. Bang! The 2 true chis collided, stirring up thousands of waves of air that swept through the entire branch of the underworld in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's loss of vision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Scorching hell. Although there was a gap of 3 realms, this move was a new skill after the fusion. It shouldn't be a problem to cross 3 realms. A spiritual attack? When Mad Dragon noticed the change in his surroundings, he quickly reacted. The scorching hell made him fall into an illusion, but it couldn't block his memory and spiritual sense. Everything he saw was real, but when his spiritual sense swept over, there was nothing. No, there was something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flaming flame demons charged at the berserk dragon. Chapter 12:28. Die, all of you. A surge of true chi gushed out of Quan Long's body and fused with his all creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Theurgy, whirlwind. Whoosh. A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Quan Long's back. What? Whirlwind? Quan Long was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Theurgy that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be, Quan Long hurriedly circulated his true chi and all creation's force to defend himself. At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Yi Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Quan Long was defending against the wind blades, Yi Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash might not be as good as the Whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash completely overpowered the Whirlwind. Bang! This time, Kuang Long was too slow to defend against the Whirlwind and was sent flying by the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Yi Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luo Luo. Seeing Kuang Long being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Yi Xian hurriedly summoned Luo Luo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luo Luo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Kuang Long Luo Luo. If Kuang Long was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Yi Xian to break into the secret room and kill Nailan Jie. Luo Luo Luo. Luoluo's flame demon dragon Luo Luols, Luo Luo Luo, Luo 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 Luo. Luang Luo Luo, Luo. TS, Luo TS8, ST Humph. If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays, which hit the protective formation. Yi Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajra Corpse King. BZZT. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luo Luo punched the door open through the protective formation. Yi Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The jade-faced scholar, Nailan Jie. Yi Xian's plan was to control Nailan Jie. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Yi Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too slow. Yi Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Nailan Jie. At this time, Nailan Jie was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Without another word, Yi Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Nailan Jie's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Nailan Jie was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Yi Xian was only 1 level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Yi Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. He would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that Nailan Jie did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Nailan Jie's eyes opened on their own. 2 fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Nailan Jie had awakened. Not good. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Nailan Jie in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming Dragon's unparalleled slash. At the same time, Nalan Jia also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. Whoosh! The two attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yi Xian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Nalan Jia had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yi Xian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. This Nalan Jia has really awakened. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. He did not expect Nalan Jia to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Mad Dragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Nalan Jia when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Nalan Jia had successfully awakened. Humph. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled Flaming Dragon slash. Chapter 1229. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Nalan Jia flashed to his side like a ghost. Then, he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Kacha. Pung. This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yi Xian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yi Xian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Pooh! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Nalan Jia was not easy to deal with. Nalan Jia was much stronger than Nalan Bing and was second only to Mo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding! The host triggered a random mission to kill Nalan Jia. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yi Xian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo Luo, trap him. Yi Xian released Luo Luo. Luo Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Nalan Jia, but Nalan Jia quickly dodged it. After Nalan Jia awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Mo Shui had encountered Nalan Jia that day, it would not have been Yi Xian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Nalan Jia's eyes widened when he saw the 6 tails behind Luo Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what 6 tails meant. Such a young 6-tailed demon fox, I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Nalan Jia's eyes flashed. Yi Xian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon slash. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. However, Nalan Jia's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the 2 attacks and attacked Luo Luo. Humph, the target is Luo Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo Luo. Unparalleled Flame Dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo Luo, while Luo Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Nalan Jia was shocked. Luo Luo belonged to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dared to attack her. Why? Humph, this girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yi Xian did this, Nalan Jia couldn't help but take action. 3 days soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Nalan Jia. Demon Fox Flash. What? Nalan Jia was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have so many supreme fox skills. It seemed that Luo Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnator. No matter what, I will capture you. Nalan Jia's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Nalan Jia suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo Luo's white and tender neck. Ha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Nalan Jia was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo Luo first and then kill Yi Xian, this annoying guy. But at this moment, swoosh! Luo Luo, who was in Nalan Jia's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Nalan Jia's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Nalan Jia felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Nalan Jia's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Nalan Jia dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time, Nalan Jia was angry. He directly slashed at Luo Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Nalan Jia naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Nalan Jia held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yi Xian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo Luo appeared again, still behind Nalan Jia. Whoosh! Nalan Jia reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Nalan Jia's back. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the killing intent explosion fusion. It was Yi Xian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was Kuang Long. Although Kuang Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Nalan Jia, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Nalan Jia's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Kuang Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Kuang Long directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now, my killing intent was enough to use Blade Storm, but after using killing intent explosions so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Blade Storm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Blade Storm now, he would have to kill Kuang Long and escape from Sky Faraway City. Go. Yi Xian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Stay. Chapter 1230. The light shone on Yi Xian who had entered the void door. Only then did Kuang Long know how Yi Xian had left. Whoosh! While Quang Long and Nalan Jia were still in shock, Yi Xian left the underworld branch and returned to the mainland. Seeing this, Nalan Jia whispered, "Chase, I want to capture that girl alive." Although Luo Luo had been hidden in the planting space by Yi Xian, Nalan Jia knew that as long as he captured Yi Xian, it was equivalent to capturing Luo Luo. Okay. Quang Long nodded and immediately rushed out of the underworld branch. It was obvious that Nalan Jia had successfully awakened. Otherwise, how could he fight Yi Xian? If he helped Nalan Jia capture Luo Luo, it would be a great achievement. He might even be rewarded with the shattering god art. Immediately, the two of them arrived on the mainland. It was daytime on the mainland, so Yi Xian had nowhere to hide. However, he didn't think of hiding this time. Instead, he swaggered towards the southeast. Chase! Nalan Jia didn't say anything and chased after him. Quang Long followed closely behind. If Yi Xian wanted to run, he would have left Tianyuan City directly. However, he didn't this time. This meant that he still had a chance. The direction he was running in was the direction of Nalan Bing and the scarred assassin. In front of him was a blood-red kill. It was Nalan Bing's death warrant. This Nalan Bing suddenly sped up. She should be able to catch up in a few minutes. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he estimated that Nalan Bing would arrive in half an hour. He didn't expect her to suddenly speed up. This was good. He could catch Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, the Xianming duo demons, in one fell swoop. However, before that, he had to weaken Nalan Jia and Quang Long's qi. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yi Xian, who was running out of Tianyuan City, suddenly turned around and slashed at Nalan Jia. Another flame dragon appeared and swept over. This move didn't combine with the explosion of killing intent because Yi Xian was only using it to consume energy. Humph. Nalan Jia snorted coldly and blocked it. Deadly Soul Slash. Bang! The two streams of true qi collided and then were annihilated. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his recovery speed was terrifying. However, Nalan Jia and Mad Dragon didn't, so Yi Xian's advantage was gradually increasing. Of course, this was only before Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing met. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were siblings, known as the Xianming duo demons in his previous life. With the two of them working together, even Mo Shui would have to flee. If they were allowed to meet up, Yi Xian's chances of winning would be even lower. However, this was also a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop because there were 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners behind the scarred assassin. The success of Yi Xian's plan this time depended on whether or not he could kill these 8 people. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Soul-chasing Slash. Along the way, Yi Xian was constantly depleting Nalan Jia's Jinqi. At the same time, he was also controlling the Jinqi in his body. It couldn't be too low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover. The blood-red kill character in front of him was rapidly approaching. Soon, Yi Xian felt a few auras. These auras belonged to the scarred assassin, Nalan Bing, and the others. Big brother? In the distance, Nalan Bing felt a familiar aura and raised her eyebrows. Little sister. Nalan Jia's body also trembled. Even if they weren't siblings, they had been together for 1,000 years and were naturally very familiar with each other. They remembered each other's gaze. The two instantly understood that the other had awakened. Their gazes met for only an instant before they simultaneously turned their attention to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian's hatred soared. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Yi Xian held his breath and thought with a serious expression. At this time, the scarred assassin also noticed Yi Xian who was being chased. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw Mad Dragon who was heavily injured. Mad Dragon is heavily injured? The scarred assassin found it unbelievable. Mad Dragon's strength was above his, but he was injured by Yi Xian. Was this Yi Xian also a reincarnator? Everyone, attack together and capture him. There will be great rewards. At this time, Nalan Bing suddenly shouted. She wanted Luo Luo, and Nalan Jia also wanted to capture Luo Luo for her to possess. And Luoluo's appearance and disappearance were all related to Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded from two sides. At this moment, there was a hungry wolf in front and a fierce tiger behind. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Come on, let's fight. Yi Xian was already prepared to fight to the death. This time, he had to kill Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. First, to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, and second, to complete the random mission. Kill. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He directly released a large number of exotic beasts. These exotic beasts directly covered the sky. Passive effect of assassination mode activated. Yi Xian hid in the shadows and attacked Nalan Bing. With so many exotic beasts, not only did they cover Yi Xian's figure, but they also covered Yi Xian's aura, which was difficult to detect. They had to be eliminated. I'll do it. The scarred assassin's anger rose as he ruthlessly slashed at the exotic beasts. Wishful will super ability, Whirlwind. But at this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the exotic beasts. It was Yi Xian. Eye of the Void. A void door suddenly opened in the air, and the scarred assassin's sword energy swept in. The exit of this void door happened to be near Nalan Jia and Mad Dragon behind him. What? Nalan Jia and Mad Dragon were shocked, and their figures paused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While they were surprised, wind blades madly swept out. This was a scene that no one had expected. Yi Xian didn't know whether this move was called a straw boat to borrow an arrow or a driving tiger to devour a wolf, but it was very useful. Using the scarred assassin's attack to attack Nalan Jia and Mad Dragon was really perfect. When Nalan Bing and the scarred assassin reacted, they found that Yi Xian's figure had suddenly disappeared. And behind them, a familiar aura appeared. Behind. Nalan Bing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. With the Eye of Assassination, Yi Xian directly crossed a large distance and directly appeared behind Nalan Bing. However, Nalan Bing was an assassin who had lived for 1,000 years. The moment she turned around, she used her life-saving ability. In an instant, a hard layer of ice condensed around her body. Nalan Bing was previously under the Death Hunt order, so Yi Xian's attack on her was enhanced. Bang! Before the ice layer was completely condensed, the flame dragon had already crashed into it. In an instant, the scorching temperature melted the ice layer and directly broke it, biting Nalan Bing's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nalan Bing was swallowed by the flame dragon. Sister. Chapter 1231. Nalan Bing was hit by Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash at such a close distance. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Yi Xian expected Nalan Bing to die under this attack. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, and he couldn't let his guard down when fighting her. However, it didn't matter whether Nalan Bing died or not. The flame dragon was biting her and flying away. Yi Xian's real target wasn't her, but the scarred killer and the other 8 fulfillment realm experts. Slaughter Feast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At the same time, the light in this area grew dimmer and dimmer. Another group of strange beasts appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian was prepared to fight to the death. That was why he summoned almost all of the strange beasts. His goal was to hide his figure. Not good. The scarred killer's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian in front of him. Scar, you're going to die too. Yi Xian gathered his true energy and slashed at the scarred killer. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another flame dragon rolled out and engulfed the scarred assassin. However, the scarred killer was the second target, so he was prepared to defend himself. Right now, there were only 8 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm left. However, they weren't the only ones here. There was another one. Transform. Luo Luo had appeared behind the 8 people at some point in time. Moreover, her fur had turned completely gold. Demon Fox Flash. Luo Luo transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Hiss. 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 First kill. Second kill. Third kill. Yi Xian's amplification grew stronger and stronger, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. These 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts didn't even have time to react before their heads were cut off by Luo Luo. 8 consecutive kills. Yi Xian's amplification reached an unprecedented height. Double. At the same time, his killing intent soared to the highest point. However, it could go even higher. Young master, for you. Luo Luo threw the 8 yin and yang rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside, increasing his strength once again. After the preparations were complete, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Everything was ready. Now, it was time for him to start a massacre. Come, let me show you the might of Bladestorm. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He threw out the Sky Quake sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of Sky Quake swords. Not only that, but the heaven-shaking swords were also covered by a strange energy, and they all turned into blood-red swords. Wei Zhentian, tear them apart. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. After accumulating for so long, he could finally witness the might of Bladestorm with his own eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited. Although Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had reunited, both of them were seriously injured. Although they were reincarnators, could they survive the storm of thousands of blood-red swords? Looking at the thousands of blood-red swords, the 2 siblings' faces sank. Could it be that they were going to die here this time? Both of them were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. There were many reincarnators among the souls that had died under the swords. Even if reincarnators were awakened, they would only have memories. It wasn't that easy for them to grow. In this world, reincarnators were dying all the time. Could it be that they were going to become one of them? No, we can't die here. Sister, set up the formation. Nalan Jia panicked. The seriously injured Nalan Bing nodded fiercely. Layers of ice crystals suddenly condensed on the long sword in her hand. The Xian Ming duo demons were very famous in the underworld. Their mission completion rate was very high. Their individual combat strength was actually not strong. They couldn't compare to Mo Shui, but their teamwork was flawless. However, what made them fearful was that they were good at a super sword formation. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing moved quickly. They used the strength of all things to condense the shadows of a flame dragon and an ice dragon. The 2 different true chis merged together. In an instant, a magical defensive formation was formed around the 2 of them. Yi Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. Ding! Copy of Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon successful. Ding! Copy of Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation successful. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 superpowers were the same as the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. They were both growth-type superpowers. In order to learn the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, one must first learn the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and copied it directly. Let's see if the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation or my Sword Storm is more powerful. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He controlled Megatron to attack the 2 of them. In an instant, thousands of blood swords turned into blood rays and attacked the Xian Ming duo. Sword Storm was a new skill created by the fusion of Scarlet Storm and Thousand Returning to Origin swords. Its power was much stronger than Thousand Returning to Origin swords. However, Megatron was only at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. In Yi Xian's estimation, the Xian Ming duo would definitely die in the Sword Storm. As for Yi Xian, he directly used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to attack the scarred assassin who was closest to him. The scarred assassin was injured just now. Now that Yi Xian had obtained a growth-type superpower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. Damn it. The scarred assassin looked at Yi Xian, who had turned into a dragon, and rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Mad Dragon, save me." What he said was to save me, not to help me. This was enough to see how powerful Yi Xian was now. In the distance, Mad Dragon saw this and also attacked Yi Xian. In fact, he already had the intention to escape. However, the scarred assassin was his best friend since childhood. If he was in trouble, he still had to help. At this time, he didn't care about Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia because he felt that the siblings would definitely die. As long as I kill you, the killing feast will increase again. At that time, the Xian Ming duo will definitely die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly cloned. After the Gemini bloodline had increased many times, he rarely used clones to fight. This was because the combined form could increase his strength by 50%. However, this time, he wanted to give it a try. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian's original body held a Fire-type immortal artifact, while his clone held an Ice-type immortal artifact. The two of them used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Like Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing, they turned into a fire dragon and an ice dragon and attacked the scarred assassin and Mad Dragon. Chapter 1232. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing had painstakingly obtained the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Now, Yi Xian had secretly learned it. How was that possible? The Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation required two people to have a tacit understanding to master. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were siblings. Coupled with 1,000 years of tacit understanding, it was not easy for them to master it. Yi Xian had suddenly split into two and performed the same technique. This was already beyond their understanding. However, they did not have time to think so much. What they were about to face was thousands of blood swords. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon. Roar. The flame dragon and ice dragon suddenly merged into one and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood swords that had not yet approached were all blown away by the roar. What? Yi Xian heard the roar from afar. Yi Xian's body trembled. He did not expect the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation to have such a move. Unfortunately, he missed it and could not copy it down. At this time, the Xian Ming dual demons used their ultimate move to repel the thousands of blood swords and quickly turned around to leave. The red-blue sky dragon formed by the combination of the flame dragon and ice dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of Yi Xian's detection range. They're running. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. This time, it was not easy for him to intercept these two people. He was prepared to catch them in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Nalan Bing is seriously injured, Nalan Jia lost an arm, and I have the death hunt order. You can't escape. Yi Xian quickly calmed down. With the death hunt order, he could sense the location even if the other party was at the ends of the earth. Since Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had met, they would not be separated. As long as Yi Xian finished off Scar and Mad Dragon, the killing feast would receive a second boost and quickly catch up with the Xian Ming dual demons. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yi Xian's original body and clone, one ice and one fire, charged toward Scar and Mad Dragon. Kid, don't underestimate us. Scar and Mad Dragon joined forces as well. Two mighty experts at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm were actually working together to deal with a brat at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm like Yi Xian. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become a laughingstock. However, in the current situation, whether or not he could survive was already a problem. Why would he care about face? The Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array required extremely high tacit understanding. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia also spent many years to successfully cultivate it. Although this ice and fire twin dragon sword array didn't have proficiency, the power displayed by Yi Xian was still somewhat inferior to that of the mysterious underworld twin demons. The Xian Ming duo demons were able to unleash about 80% of their power, and this was after they had practiced it countless times. However, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had perfect chemistry. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the ice and fire twin dragon sword array. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger clashed with Scar and Mad Dragon. Although Yi Xian's strength had increased by 50% after merging with his doppelganger, the power displayed by the ice and fire twin dragon sword array had already surpassed his after merging with his doppelganger. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked continuously. At first, Scar and Mad Dragon were still able to hold on for a bit. However, as time passed, it became very difficult for them. Scar and Mad Dragon were both heavily injured. If the blade storm swept over, they would instantly be torn into pieces. However, Yi Xian wanted to use his own strength to kill the two of them. Therefore, he only used the blade storm to surround the battlefield. Seeing this, Scar and Mad Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing so many blood swords, they probably didn't have a chance of survival. However, they still felt that there was a chance. These blood swords were controlled by Yi Xian. As long as they killed Yi Xian, no one would be able to control these blood swords. Kill. There was only killing intent left in Scar and Mad Dragon's eyes. At the same time, Yi Xian was using these two second-level fulfillment realm experts to temper his ice and fire twin dragon sword array. This ice and fire twin dragon sword array is even more powerful than Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash. It just so happens that I have the Gemini bloodline, so this skill was prepared for me. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It was because of this that he let the Xian Ming twin demons leave and didn't immediately chase after them. Boom! 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 The sounds continued. Yi Xian fought two fulfillment realm experts by himself. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This battle result was enough to make any genius in this area speechless. As the battle continued, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger became more and more in sync. The Xian Ming twin demons were siblings, but they were two people after all. Therefore, they could only use 80% of the ice and fire twin dragon sword array's power. However, Yi Xian was one person. His original body and doppelganger had the same thoughts, so he could use 100% of the sword array's power. Yi Xian soon reached this level. It's about time. Die. After 30 seconds of fighting, Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and started killing. At this time, the Feast of Slaughter's effect had long since worn off. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire twin dragons. Roar. The two dragon shadows that Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one and let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. The Xian Ming twin demons used this move just now. It was a sound wave attack. They used this move to knock away the 1,000 blood swords and then escape. Yi Xian hadn't succeeded in copying it just now, but after half a minute of tempering, he actually comprehended it himself. Yes, he comprehended it. Boom! Scar and Mad Dragon felt intense pain in their ears. Even their heads felt heavy. Their bodies were sent flying by the sound wave attack, and they spat out several mouthfuls of blood along the way. What a powerful attack! If I were at the 9th tier of the Nether Passage realm, Scar and Mad Dragon might have died under this attack. Yi Xian was also shocked. However, the roar of ice and fire consumed too much true qi. At his level, he could only use it once. Alright, it's time to reap your lives. Yi Xian didn't plan on playing anymore. With his aptitude, he'd already mastered the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation to the point of perfection in a short period of time. He'd even surpassed the Xian Ming dual fiends and was able to unleash 100% of its power. In an instant, the two heavenly dragons formed by his original body and doppelganger attacked Scar and Mad Dragon respectively. Roar! The two dragon shadows, one ice and one fire, swallowed Scar and Mad Dragon. The former was frozen into an ice corpse by the extreme cold inside the heavenly dragon's body, while the latter was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. 2 second-level fulfillment realm assassins were dead. Chapter 1233. Yi Xian was very satisfied that he was able to kill 2 second-level fulfillment realm experts who were 3 realms higher than him. Although the Xian Ming duo demons had escaped, he had learned this growing divine ability that was even stronger than the peerless flame dragon slash. This ice and fire dragon sword formation seems to be stronger with my flame sword. Is it because I learned the peerless flame dragon slash? This doubt flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Right now, the peerless flame dragon slash was stronger than the ice and fire dragon sword formation. However, when the peerless flame dragon slash grew into the true flame dragon slash, it would probably be able to shake off the ice and fire dragon sword formation. He didn't know how strong the ice and fire dragon sword formation would become. However, he would think about these questions later. The most important thing now was to chase after the injured Xian Ming duo demons. After all, the mission to kill Nailan Jia had a one-day time limit. At this time, Wei Zhentian had already returned to his original state. He helplessly rushed in front of Yi Xian. It's not your fault. I haven't broken through yet, so you're stuck at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian comforted him. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he hadn't broken through to the Fulfillment realm, Wei Zhentian wouldn't have been able to break through. If Wei Zhentian was already a rank 3 divine artifact, then the Xian Ming duo demons would have died even if they used the roars of ice and fire dragon slash. The blade storm is a waste, but it's nothing compared to the ice and fire dragon sword formation. When he thought of this, Yi Xian turned to look into the distance. At this time, more than half a minute had passed since Nailan Jia and Nailan Bing escaped. These 2 reincarnators were peerless assassins in their past lives. They were skilled at tracking, so they naturally wouldn't leave any traces. Half a minute was enough for them to run for a long time. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had placed a death warrant on Nailan Bing. Even if Nailan Bing ran to another holy land, Yi Xian would be able to sense her location. Come, I'll let you experience the feeling of being chased. Yi Xian immediately merged with his shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon and chased after them. In order to master the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array, one must first master the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. At the same time, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a movement technique that allowed one to fly in the air. It was very useful. However, Yi Xian's agility advancement skill gave him a movement speed boost on land, so he decided to use it on land. It would be faster. Nailan Bing stopped. After chasing for 3 seconds, he realized that Nailan Bing had stopped moving. The distance between him and Nailan Bing was rapidly shrinking. Could it be that his injuries are so severe that he's on the verge of death? Yi Xian frowned. If that was the case, then it would be a tragedy, because Nailan Jia could directly put away Nailan Bing's corpse. This way, the death warrant would be refreshed, and he would lose track of Nailan Jia. However, the mark of the death warrant was still there, which meant that Nailan Bing was still alive. Yi Xian continued to give chase. When the distance between them was very close, he slowed down and slowly approached. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia were both injured. Nailan Jia was fine, as only his left arm was broken. However, Nailan Bing was hit by the flame dragon's peerless slash head-on. It was a miracle that she was not burned to death. At this time, they were no threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was curious as to whether the 2 of them would reveal some secrets after awakening. For example, who asked the underworld to find them? Could it be related to the Temple of Yin Yang? Therefore, Yi Xian used the assassination mode to hide his presence and quietly approached. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia thought that they did not leave any clues, so they found a random mountain and hid in a cave. Yi Xian approached to see if he could hear anything useful. After all, there was still plenty of time. However, when he got closer, with his extraordinary senses, he heard some unusual sounds. This was Nalan Bing's voice, and it sounded a little strange. Ever since Yi Xian activated the eye of perception, he was used to it. After all, every time he entered a city, he would hear such sounds. Damn, this pair of siblings, Yi Xian was shocked. With his powerful senses, not only did he hear it, he also felt it. The two figures in the cave were intertwined together, doing some kind of activity not suitable for children. This gave Yi Xian a fright. One must know that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were siblings. In his previous life, Yi Xian did not know if the mysterious underworld duo demons were siblings. However, in this life, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were the children of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao. This could not be fake. However, siblings who were related by blood were actually doing this kind of activity. Wasn't this messy? They were running away just now to avoid my pursuit. It's impossible for them to do this kind of thing, Yi Xian suddenly reacted. At this time, only a minute had passed since the battle just now. The siblings could not let down their guard. Of course, this was not certain. After all, the two had lived for 20 years before awakening. They might not be able to hold it in. However, at this time, Yi Xian's extraordinary senses felt that Nalan Jia's broken arm was actually beginning to heal. Sure enough, they were not just messing around. Dual cultivation. They are dual cultivation. They are using dual cultivation to recover their injuries and true qi. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He never thought that the mysterious underworld duo demons would use such a method to cultivate. It was no wonder that they could catch up to Mo Shui, who had cultivated for thousands of years. In his previous life, the mysterious underworld duo demons were unmarried. They were together all the time. Everyone thought that they were like this because they constantly pursued the martial Dao. However, who knew that they were messing around? Scary, this is too scary. Yi Xian could not help but shiver. Even if it was to increase their cultivation speed, it was a little too messy for siblings to do this kind of thing. However, at this time, Yi Xian did not want to care so much. He was ready to seriously injure the two and then interrogate them about the matter and the supernatural power. At this moment, he took advantage of the two in the cave and rushed into the cave. Nalan Bing's voice echoed in the cave. However, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the cave, the voice stopped. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, who were deep in the cave, trembled violently and quickly separated from their combined state. Someone's here. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia immediately reacted. Although Yi Xian had concealed his aura, the mysterious underworld duo demons were peerless assassins. They immediately discovered Yi Xian. At this time, they were guessing who the intruder was. Was it Yi Xian, Scarface, or Mad Dragon? They were very confident that they did not leave any traces on their escape, not even true qi fluctuations. Chapter 1234. The Xian Ming duo's plan was to use dual cultivation to quickly recover their injuries and true qi, then counterattack. However, it had to be said that if they were suddenly interrupted while doing this, even an ordinary person would be enraged. The two of them didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They directly drew their swords and glared at the front. After this period of dual cultivation, Nalan Jia's broken arm had been completely healed, and Nalan Bing's injuries had also recovered by quite a bit. Not only that, but even her realm had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Sensing the change in aura, Yi Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The Xian Ming duo has a special dual cultivation technique. Nalan Bing has broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm in less than a minute. If we don't kill them this time, won't we be able to break through to the fulfillment realm soon? Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself at the entrance of the cave. Mo Shui was only one person, so he had to rely on pills to recover his cultivation. However, the Xian Ming duo could use dual cultivation techniques to recover at a much faster rate than Mo Shui. If they didn't succeed this time, then the Xian Ming duo would quickly pull away from Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was slightly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have dealt with the Xian Ming duo first. However, it wasn't too late. So what if we've recovered? So what if we've broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. Even if he was a level lower than his opponent, he wasn't afraid. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't be negligent. Things might change if he delayed, so he had to deal with the Xian Ming duo first. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian split into two and charged into the cave. The cave was quite spacious, but a battle of this level would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to shatter as soon as it started. Soon, Yi Xian met with Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. The Xian Ming duo were afraid of Yi Xian, so they didn't even wear clothes, exposing their bodies to the air. Fortunately, the cave was rather dark. Even if the two were naked, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. However, Yi Xian had the ability to see in the night. He directly ignored Nalan Jia and finally looked at Nalan Bing. If the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were to see traces of blood on the thighs of the talented girl in their hearts, wouldn't they immediately go berserk? Yi Xian sized him up and suddenly remembered that he was running out of nutrition, so he quickly averted his gaze. Who are you? After Yi Xian appeared, Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. That day, she had awakened at the critical moment and chased after Mo Shui. Later, Mo Shui was killed by an assassin who knew the peerless flame dragon Slash. This killer was none other than Yi Xian. Nalan Bing never understood why Yi Xian wanted to kill him. Senior sister, you're really forgetful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly changed back to his true appearance and sneered. This voice was half familiar to Nalan Bing. She felt like she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. However, the way Yi Xian addressed her revealed a lot of information. Nalan Bing was a talented girl of the Northern Heavens Academy. To be able to call her senior sister meant that the other party was also a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, why would a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy want to kill her? One must know that even the underworld didn't want to kill her, so why would Yi Xian? It seems that senior sister has forgotten that we met before the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld attacked the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian said slowly. This hint was very obvious. After hearing this, Nalan Bing immediately thought of a person. That person was Yi Xian, who made the silent night ponder. It's you? Nalan Bing cried out in surprise. She never thought that the assassin who was chasing after her would be Yi Xian. How was this possible? One must know that Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. In such a short time, he had broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and could even fight with the reincarnated ones and force them to flee. Sister, you know him? Nalan Jia asked in shock. Nalan Bing naturally knew Yi Xian. That day, when she saw Yi Xian's famous poem, she was afraid that it would overshadow Nalan Jia's talent. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian and kill him on the spot. However, she didn't expect that Yi Xian would see through her plan and escape. However, this wasn't important. What was important was why Yi Xian wanted to kill them and Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon Slash. You, why are you chasing after us? Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Yi Xian answered without thinking, because I promised Mo Shui that I would kill you and bury you with him. Mo Shui. It was indeed because of Mo Shui. Nalan Bing had been guessing before. However, she originally thought that Yi Xian knew the peerless flame dragon Slash because he was Mo Shui's disciple. Now, it seemed that Mo Shui had used the peerless flame dragon Slash in his own life to ask Yi Xian to kill them. The truth of the matter had finally come to light. If that's the case, then I'd like to see if you still have the ability to kill us. Nalan Bing coldly snorted. Just now, she took advantage of the conversation to quickly take out a set of robes and put it on. Although it was a critical moment now, it was still a bit strange to fight with others naked. Nalan Jia was also prepared to fight to the death. Although Yi Xian's realm was lower than the two of them, he had so many tricks up his sleeve that even they were shocked. Not only could he create identical clones, but he also had the eyes of the void and could instantly learn the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation that they had painstakingly practiced for countless years. If this Yi Xian wasn't eliminated, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The two sides looked at each other quietly. There was no sound in the cave. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 3 seconds, the sound of wind appeared. Nalan Jia, Nalan Bing, today is the day you die. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He directly formed the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation and attacked the Xian Ming duo demons. Ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. On the other side, the Xian Ming duo demons did the same. This time, it was the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation versus the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. One side had practiced for countless years, while the other had only practiced for 1 minute. It was unknown who was stronger. In order to make the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation stronger, Yi Xian purposely exchanged for 2 Tier 3 divine weapons called the Scarlet Flame Sword and the Azure Ice Sword. These 2 Tier 3 divine weapons, one was of the fire attribute, and the other was of the flame attribute. They could increase the power of the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. Yi Xian's original body held the Scarlet Flame Sword and formed the shadow of a flame dragon. Yi Xian's clone held the Azure Ice Sword and formed the shadow of an ice dragon. On the other hand, the Xian Ming duo demons only had superior Tier 2 divine weapons. In terms of weapons, Yi Xian had the advantage over them. As for Megatron and the Thunder Pearl, they assisted Yi Xian in attacking. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. Flame Dragon against Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon against Ice Dragon. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. Apart from the realm, Yi Xian surpassed the Xian Ming duo demons in every aspect. This time, the Xian Ming duo demons would definitely die. Chapter 1235. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out from the cave. The noise was so loud that the entire cave shook. The stone walls above them began to crack and fall. For people of Yi Xian's level, even if millions of kilograms of stones fell on them, they would still be smashed into smithereens. Hence, they ignored the terrain. 2 fire dragons and 2 ice dragons were battling. At this moment, Yi Xian did not use his killing intent explosion, nor did he use his Eye of Glory. His current plan was to test the Xianming duo demons and see if there were any other uses for the ice and fire dragon sword formation. Waves of air billowed in the cave. Soon, the entire cave began to collapse. Yi Xian and the Xianming duo demons broke through the stone walls and flew into the air. Kid, why do you know the ice and fire dragon sword formation? Who are you? Seeing that Yi Xian's ice and fire dragon sword formation was no weaker than theirs, Nalan Jia could not help but ask. Yi Xian was too strange. Hence, Nalan Jia guessed that he was also a reincarnator. Perhaps, he was someone they knew in their previous life. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed that they thought he was a reincarnator. Hence, he answered directly, I'm not a reincarnator. I'm just someone who got lucky. The reason why he answered this question was because he had a purpose. Before the Xianming duo demons could speak, he asked directly, are the two of you related to the Yin Yang Temple? Yin Yang Temple? Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were stunned for a moment. They quickly searched their memories, but they couldn't find anything related to this. Humph, if you want to know, then defeat us. Nalan Bing snorted. Damn it, how shameless. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Since that was the case, he did not want to waste time with them. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the ice and fire dragons. The two dragon shadows formed by Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one. What? Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to have learned this move. This was too unbelievable. They naturally knew the power of this move, so they did not dare to be careless. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! The two sound waves spread out and collided fiercely with each other. The shock waves that were produced directly broke the trees in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The birds and beasts all exploded and died without exception. This move consumed a large amount of vital energy. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover quickly. But what about the Xian Ming duo demons? A minute ago, they had used it once to send the blade storm flying. After that, although they had recovered a lot of their true qi through dual cultivation, they had used up a lot of their true qi after this. However, this move was slightly more powerful than the Xian Ming duo demons. Yi Xian was directly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of the Xian Ming duo demons, Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself. But overall, he was the one who had profited. This kind of injury could be healed in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. But at this time, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia suddenly looked at each other. Then, the two sky dragon phantoms suddenly opened their mouths. Double dragon roar. Boom! The vital energy of extreme ice and extreme flame fused, forming an even more terrifying dragon breath. This dragon breath directly blasted towards Yi Xian. If Yi Xian did not dodge this attack, he would definitely die under this attack. But Yi Xian did not need to dodge. It seems that if I don't show some ability, I won't be able to kill you. The two Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, they transformed into Super Saiyan. Golden hair. Golden eyes. Golden armor. Two sets of brilliant golden armor wrapped the two Yi Xian in it. At the same time, the two sky dragon phantoms also changed color. One turned golden, the other white. Killing intent explosion. Double dragon roar. The two sky dragon phantoms opened their mouths. Boom! Another collision of energy. After the Xian Ming duo demons used it, Yi Xian accurately copied the double dragon roar and used it immediately. This time, his attack completely crushed the Xian Ming duo demons' double dragon roar. What? How is this possible? Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's eyes widened. This move was already the strongest attack they could use at the moment. However, it was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Die. Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. It seemed that this time, he could complete Mo Shui's request and the random mission. The Xian Ming duo demons had no ability to block or dodge Yi Xian's double dragon roar. However, Yi Xian's luck was not very good. Just as the twin dragon roars were about to engulf the twin fiends, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon and bravely blocked the twin fiends. Then, he used a single hand to block Yi Xian's twin dragon roars. Boom boom boom. The double dragon roar was blocked single-handedly by this mysterious expert and was immediately annihilated. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the despairing Xian Ming duo demons were the same. They did not expect that someone would interfere midway. Moreover, it was beyond Yi Xian's reaction time. Who is it? When the true energy dissipated, Yi Xian saw that it was a one-eyed old man. However, the aura that this one-eyed old man exuded was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Yi Xian guessed that this one-eyed old man was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 5th, 6th, or 7th level. Because the difference was too great, Yi Xian could not accurately sense it. However, he knew that this was another tragedy. Fortunately, I made it in time. The one-eyed old man sighed in relief. Who are you? Yi Xian's nerves tensed as he hurriedly asked. This old man is one-eyed Lu Tiangong. The one-eyed old man replied. Not only had Yi Xian not heard of this name, but even the Xian Ming duo demons had not. However, Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing knew that this one-eyed old man had come to save them. Capture him and I will reward you greatly. Nalan Bing hurriedly said. What she wanted was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo, who had the eye of enchantment and 6 fox tails. However, Luo Luo had a special relationship with Yi Xian and came and went without a trace. Therefore, only by capturing Yi Xian would they know where Luo Luo was. Yes, my lord. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up as he prepared to attack. With his cultivation, it was too easy to capture Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. When Yi Xian heard the one-eyed old man's words, he knew that he had no choice but to leave this time. By the time he reacted, the one-eyed old man had already turned into a streak of light and swept toward him. So fast. The one-eyed old man's withered right hand reached for Yi Xian's neck. Chapter 1236. He disappeared. The one-eyed old man was shocked. Although he was wearing an eye patch, he was not dazzled. Yi Xian had really disappeared. When he turned to look, he found that Yi Xian's clone had disappeared as well. Yes, he had disappeared into thin air. However, the one-eyed old man realized that his aura had moved to another place. When he turned around, he found that Yi Xian had fused and attacked Nalan Bing's back. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. After fusing with Yi Xian, he directly launched a killing move at Nalan Bing. This attack was enough to kill her. It's not that easy to kill under my watch. The one-eyed old man snorted in his heart. In the next moment, his eye patch turned to ashes, revealing his left eye. It turned out that he was not a one-eyed old man. His left eye was special, so he had to cover it with an eye patch. The pupil of this eye was very strange, but Yi Xian did not see it. At this moment, the one-eyed old man's left eye suddenly flashed. A wave of all creation's force appeared around Nalan Bing's body, protecting her. Boom! Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash was blocked by this powerful all creation's force defense. It did not hurt Nalan Bing. Only then did Nalan Bing remember that Yi Xian had the mysterious ability to suddenly appear behind her. Yi Xian had used this move to avoid the one-eyed old man. What? Yi Xian was shocked. What method did the one-eyed old man use to condense all creation's force around Nalan Bing out of thin air? However, he did not care so much at this moment. If his attack failed, he had to escape immediately. Immediately, he broke through the void and entered. You want to leave? Nalan Bing suddenly turned around and slashed at Yi Xian. 3 days soul-chasing sword strike. This move was Nalan Bing's most powerful attack besides the ice and fire twin dragon sword array. Poof! Yi Xian was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword. However, his heart was not injured, but there was an additional violent sword aura in his body. Brat, you think you can escape in front of me? The one-eyed old man's left eye flickered again, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His lower body was fixed in place, and he couldn't enter the void door. Not good, close the door. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Hua. The void door closed, and Yi Xian's upper and lower halves were directly severed. Only the lower half of his body was left behind. However, the lower half of the body soon withered and turned into ashes. Escaped. Suddenly, Nalan Bing felt a surge of anger rise within her body. She turned her head angrily and said, "You have the eyes of myriad forms, but you actually let him escape." The one-eyed old man's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, "I was careless." This was his first time seeing Yi Xian, so he didn't know that Yi Xian had such a trick up his sleeve. That was why he allowed Yi Xian to escape. Humph. Nalan Bing was very displeased. If she had the strength now, she would directly kill the one-eyed old man to vent her anger. Unfortunately, her current level was not high enough. If the one-eyed old man had reacted a little faster, Yi Xian would have been instantly pulled out of the void door. At that time, he would be a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, somewhere in the unmarked common graves. Yi Xian had previously located himself in the unmarked common graves, so this time, he directly broke through the void and returned to the unmarked common graves. In fact, he also had a location in Tianyuan City, but Tianyuan City was too close to the battlefield just now. Just in case, he ran further away. Phew, that scared me to death. Yi Xian, who only had half of his body left, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to heal his injuries. Yi Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, would not die as long as his 2 eyeballs were not destroyed. However, if he was caught by the one-eyed old man, his life and death would not be up to him. Of course, there was still a trace of sword chi left in his body, so he immediately swung his sword and chopped off his head. Then, he healed his body except for his head, just in case. That old man didn't only have one eye. His other eye is more special and conceals his strength. Yi Xian's head thought. When his body was fully healed, he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Most people had to use their all creation's power like vital energy, but that old man's all creation's power could be used from a distance. This was very rare. Fortunately, Yi Xian made a prompt decision. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. What a pity. If I had known, would have acted earlier. Things really do change when delayed. Yi Xian was very regretful. That old man must have come from another underworld to receive Lan Bing and Nalan Jia, and then hand them over to the higher-ups. Now, the Xian Ming twins were saved by the one-eyed old man. If Yi Xian could not grow to the level where he could fight them in the next few days, he probably would not be able to kill the Xian Ming twins. Once the one-eyed old man escorts the Xian Ming twins to a certain place, there will be stronger people to act as guards. At that time, maybe there will be fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, longevity realm, or even rebirth realm experts. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the random mission to kill Nalan Jia was going to fail again. Once bitten, twice shy. Fortunately, this time it was only a close call. This reminded Yi Xian of something. In the future, he must not talk too much when facing his enemies. Didn't those bad guys in movies all die because they talked too much? Sigh. Yi Xian sighed again. This time, although he did not kill Nalan Jia, he secretly learned 2 growth-type supernatural powers. This was not a loss. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the target of the death warrant, Nalan Bing, was getting farther and farther away from him at an explosive speed. It seemed that the one-eyed old man had already left with the Xian Ming twins. That one-eyed old man has already remembered me, but I have the assassin mode and the eye of control. As long as I change my face and aura, even if I appear in front of them, they might not be able to recognize me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he used the face-changing mask and turned into a stranger. Then, he chased after Nalan Bing. He did not want to give up, because the reward was to unlock a god-slaying bloodline skill. Shadow Step was an escape skill. If the situation had been like before, Yi Xian could have used Shadow Step to increase the distance between them, then used the Eyes of the Void. For this skill, Yi Xian decided to chase after the one-eyed old man and the Xian Ming twins. At least, he would wait until the random mission was over. However, the one-eyed old man was extremely fast. He led the Xian Ming twins further and further away from Yi Xian. A day later, Yi Xian had already been ruthlessly shaken off. Young master, I've broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo Luo sent a message from inside the plantation space. Unfortunately, unless she broke through to the fulfillment realm, she would not be of any help in this situation. Emin, keep working hard. Yi Xian encouraged her. The plantation space was a good thing. As long as it leveled up, it would be able to store heaven-reaching beasts inside. At that time, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would greatly increase. Although the beasts' realms were low, they were still very useful in critical situations. Chapter 1237. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xianli and the one-eyed old man had already left Yi Xian behind by 100,000 streets. If Yi Xian were to travel day and night, he would need at least 10 days to catch up. Forget it. Since I can't catch up, I might as well give up. Yi Xian stopped and probed. Nalan Bing had designs on Luo Luo. Therefore, he guessed that Nalan Bing would definitely send experts to investigate. Therefore, he had to leave this area. I'll chase for another day and wait for the bladestorm's cooldown to end. Yi Xian made his decision. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left that area. As for the one-eyed old man, he was leading the Xian Ming duo further and further away from him. It would take at least half a month of travel. No, the one-eyed old man's speed had suddenly increased. Perhaps the Xian Ming duo had already been led by someone else. Forget it, I'll give up. This time, Yi Xian had really given up. However, he didn't erase the death-chasing command. After all, he hadn't encountered any troublesome enemies. Looking at the map, he discovered that he was currently in the territory of a power called the Green Sun Sword Sect. The Lu Guang Sacred Ground and Penglai Sacred Ground were mainly sections. Furthermore, there were countless powers. Just the small sects in the Green Sun Sword Sect's territory numbered more than 10. Furthermore, these small sects were all on the level of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the Green Sun Sword Sect, it was naturally 10 times stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. Regarding this, Yi Xian was already used to it. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born at the 10th stage of the martial path, while others were born at the sovereign realm. During these 3 days of travel, Yi Xian had passed by countless powers that were comparable to the Northern Heavens Academy. There were also many powers that were stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. However, the strongest was still the Green Sun Sword Sect. This Green Sun Sword Sect has nothing to do with me. I'll find a place to investigate that one-eyed old man, Lu Tiangong. Yi Xian inwardly said. Yi Xian guessed that the Xian Ming duo demons had changed their bodyguards when they suddenly sped away. This Lu Tiangong had probably completed his mission and returned to his family or sect. Yi Xian wanted to investigate and see if the other party knew where the Xian Ming duo demons were going. Although the random mission had already exceeded the time limit, Yi Xian still remembered his promise to Mo Shui. Of course, he could also ask around about the Yin Yang Temple. However, just as Yi Xian was preparing to rush to the nearest city, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky. There were at least 100 of them. Such a large scale, where are they going? Yi Xian dodged out of curiosity. This group of martial practitioners were all dressed in the same uniform, and they were all experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the very least. Among them, there were more than 30 Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners, which gave Yi Xian quite a fright. However, right at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly discovered that this group of people had a tattoo of a character on their left chest. Lu. This meant that they were from the Lu family. Is the Lu family related to that Lu Tiangong? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. His original intention to leave was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Lu Tiangong was that one-eyed old man from that day. Perhaps he was related to the Lu family. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Regardless of whether this Lu family is related to Lu Tiangong, let's take a look first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Seeing the Lu family's ferocious appearance, it seemed that they were going to fight. Although he had only met Lu Tiangong once, Lu Tiangong had almost killed him. Naturally, this grudge had to be avenged. Soon, this Lu family group approached Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the weakest in this Lu family group was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Therefore, he was naturally inconspicuous. In fact, not many people even looked at him. That flying scorpion stronghold has gone too far. They actually sealed off the entrance to the primitive world of the wood spirit. This time, we must teach them a lesson. That's right. This time, for elders are moving out. We'll definitely beat the crap out of them. My blue sun sword art has also reached the 3rd level. This time, we must have a big battle. When this group of Lu family members passed by, Yi Xian relied on his extremely strong perception to hear some news. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, Primitive World of the Wood Spirit, Blue Sun Sword Art. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He didn't know what that Flying Scorpion Stronghold and Primitive World of the Wood Spirit were, but that blue sun sword art caught his attention. Blue sun sword art, blue sun sword sect. Could this group of Lu family members be disciples of the blue sun sword sect? Almost all sects nowadays had a 1,000-year-old legacy. It was normal for some families to appear. The Xianming duo demons seemed to have stopped nearby for a while, then suddenly increased their speed. Perhaps that Lu Tiangong is from the Blue Sun Sword sect, and then handed the Xianming duo demons over to other escorts. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He originally wanted to investigate, but now that a clue had appeared, he decided to follow this group of Lu family members and take a look. This group of Lu family members had some fulfillment realm experts at the front who were using the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost their speed and fly. However, after Yi Xian learned the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, his speed had increased dramatically. Therefore, he could catch up. Elder, someone is following us. Should we? Suddenly, someone reminded him. A mere 8th level Nether Passage realm martial artist can catch up to our speed. He's a genius. He probably wants to see what we're going to do. Ignore him. The leading white-haired elder didn't think much of it and continued on his way. Yi Xian followed behind this group of Lu family members and traveled for more than half a day. Soon, he felt an aura that energized him. This aura came from in front of the Lu family members. Using the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian discovered that there was an entrance to a secret realm in front of the Lu family group. The entrance to the secret realm was also a trans-realm teleportation formation that appeared randomly. This secret realm entrance could be connected to a corner of the glazed light sacred land, Penglai sacred land, or other sacred lands or continents. Beside this secret realm entrance were several brawny men dressed in purplish black. When they saw the Lu family group, their expressions changed. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to charge into the secret realm. You think you can escape from me with just the few of you? The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly and immediately increased his speed. At the same time, the group of Lu family experts behind him also used the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost him. His speed was off the charts. In the blink of an eye, this white-haired elder rushed to the side of the group. Then, with a few swings of the long sword in his hand, he killed several people, leaving only one alive. Chapter 1238. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, how dare you kill my Qingyang Sword Sex Expedition team? The white-haired elder shouted angrily as he grabbed the last man by the throat. Kill me if you want. The man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was stubborn, but he didn't expect this. Rip. The white-haired elder waved his long sword, and with a flash of green light, the man's head flew into the air. The Qingyang Sword sect was righteous, but it didn't mean they didn't kill. The Lu family team arrived at the same time. Elder, are we going in now? Someone asked. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold wants to monopolize the primitive world of Wood Spirit. What wishful thinking. The white-haired elder snorted and said, all of you are the elites of the Lu family. You must be careful when you enter the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. If you see other people or beasts, kill them all. Remember not to be careless. Yes. Everyone answered. The Lu family team was at least at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and some geniuses had even reached the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. This time, they came to the primitive world of Wood Spirit to train. As I've said before, the most precious thing in the primitive world of Wood Spirits is the Wood Spirits. Wood spirits are usually obtained after killing tree demons. They also have different ages and can greatly improve the planting effect of natural materials and earthly treasures. If you get them, you can come to me and exchange them for heart devil elixirs or good fortune elixirs. The white-haired elder turned to look at the primitive world of Wood Spirit and said, you guys go in first. Yes. The Qingyang Sword sect disciples nodded and entered the secret realm entrance in groups of 2 or 3. After a while, only a few Qingyang Sword sect elders were left outside. Third elder, should we guard the entrance? A middle-aged elder asked. No need. The sect leader will be here soon. Let's go in together and kill the Flying Scorpion Stronghold people. The white-haired elder shook his head. Okay. Then, the second and third level fulfillment realm elders entered the primitive world of wood spirit one after another. As for Yi Xian, who followed the Lu family team here, he pondered for a moment outside. The wood spirits in the primitive world of wood spirit are very useful for my planting space. It seems that I should go in and take a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Firstly, he wanted to investigate if there was a person called Lu Tiangong in the Lu family. Secondly, the primitive world of wood spirits was also a good place for him to gain experience. The wood spirits could improve the planting effect of the heavenly treasure tree, and maybe even the level of the planting space. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go in. However, the Lu family team had just entered not long ago, so Yi Xian waited outside for a while. About 10 minutes later, he quietly sneaked over. The entrance to this mystic realm is a little unstable. Please don't disappear halfway through. Yi Xian took a look and realized that there were some fluctuations at the entrance of the mystic realm. He didn't know where the primitive world of the wood spirit was located. It wasn't easy for Yi Xian to get to where he was. If the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared, he would be in big trouble. After Yi Xian mentally prepared himself, he stepped in. In fact, before he even stepped in, he had already felt a strong yuan qi of heaven and earth. After Yi Xian passed through the entrance of the mystic realm, he found himself in the depths of a forest. The trees in the primitive world of wood spirit were tall and majestic. Each one was like a skyscraper, and they were all heavenly treasure trees. However, one heavenly treasure tree was enough for the planting space. Any more would only rob it of nutrients. In this kind of forest, the most common dangers are heavenly beasts and tree demons. However, with my powerful perception and eye of revelation, I'm no less safe than a third-level intent realm expert. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he used the eye of revelation to scan his surroundings. He didn't find any danger. Now, he also had the ability to track. Although he couldn't compare to Mo Shui and the Xianming duo demons, he could still see which direction the people who had entered before had left. Immediately, he chose to go forward and began to run. After entering the primitive world of wood spirit, he had a premonition that this time, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. Moreover, there would be great opportunities. Perhaps he could upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. Once the planting space was upgraded to the 3rd level, heavenly beasts could live in it in the future. Although mutated beasts were good, their combat strength couldn't compare to heavenly beasts. Yi Xian fantasized. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could cultivate 10,000 powerful heavenly beasts in the future? Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, go! Yi Xian used a movement technique he had just learned and began to chase quickly. He could control those martial artists at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. First, he would ask about Lu Tiangong. Just now, because the group was too large, he couldn't get close and couldn't use the eye of control. However, people at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm couldn't move very quickly, so Yi Xian was able to catch up to one very quickly. After chasing for a minute, with the help of the eye of revelation, he saw 3 figures. These 3 were all elites of the Lu family. Yi Xian immediately chased after them at full speed. Careful, there's someone. The young man who was the leader of the 3 shuddered. Yi Xian didn't use the assassination mode to hide his presence, but he was still discovered. This leader was quite capable. Who is it? Come out. The leader suddenly turned around and shouted angrily. Soon, a figure entered his sight. When Yi Xian darted out of the thicket, the 3 shuddered. 8th level of the ethereal opening realm. Could he be from the Flying Scorpion stronghold? The 3 were puzzled. However, the white-haired elder had said that if they met other people in the primitive world of the wood spirit, there was only one word to say: kill. However, the 3 saw that Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the ethereal opening realm, so they wanted to capture him and ask him about it. However, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time with them. He directly used the scorching hell and the eye of control. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row as Yi Xian successfully controlled the 3 of them. Following that, Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly asked, "Who are you people?" After hearing this, the leader answered without thinking, "We are disciples of the Green Sun Sword Sect's Lu family." "Then is there a person in your family called Lu Tiangong?" "He wears an eye patch over his left eye." Yi Xian asked again. "Lu Tiangong?" After hearing this name, the 3 looked at each other and said, "The Sky generation is the ancestor level, but we've never heard of this name." Chapter 1239. Is there a Tian generation? Then I'm not mistaken. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, the 3 of them didn't even know who Lu Tiangong was, so they naturally didn't know his whereabouts. "Then tell me more about the primitive world of the wood spirit," Yi Xian asked again. The primitive world of the wood spirit is a secret realm that appeared recently. No one knows where it is. The people who found it that day were from the Qingyang Sword Sect, but then the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold also found it, so we discussed and decided to explore it together. However, the bandits from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went back on their word and wiped out the exploration team sent by the Qingyang Sword Sect. If it weren't for someone desperately sending back the news, we wouldn't have known about it. The young man in the lead said. "Get to the point." Yi Xian reminded him. According to the news that was sent back earlier, many plants in the primitive world of wood spirits produce wood spirits. These wood spirits have many uses, such as speeding up the growth of treasures of heaven and earth, fertilizing the soil, and refining medicine. The young man in the lead paused and said, "However, I heard that there's a strange heaven-reaching beast in the primitive world of the wood spirit. Its combat power is no less than that of humans, and its corpse is more valuable than wood spirits." "A strange heaven-reaching beast? What is it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "It seems to be a kind of mushroom." "This is a portrait." The young man in the lead took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw it. It was F** king mushroom. However, the mushroom had hands and feet, and it was holding 2 battle knives. It looked very out of place. It should be a strange beast, right? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "We're not sure. In short, it's very powerful. Ordinary mushroom soldiers are comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. In addition, there are more powerful captains, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms." After Yi Xian heard this, he also felt that it was incredible. Mushroom soldiers, captain mushrooms, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms. Was the primitive world of the wood spirit a mushroom empire? However, even the most ordinary mushroom soldiers were comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. It seemed that there was a great opportunity here. "Alright, I got it." Yi Xian lightly nodded his head. He directly took off the spatial rings of the 3 of them, poured out the contents, and returned them to them. This was also the first time the 3 of them had come here. They had only obtained some information. Yi Xian did not kill them. He turned around and left. Regardless of whether the mushroom was a heavenly reaching beast or a mutated beast, its corpse could be devoured by Yi Xian. The primitive world of the wood spirit was a treasure trove for leveling up. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm as soon as possible, or even reach the Fulfillment realm. However, not long after Yi Xian left, he sensed that the 3 Qingyang Sword Sect disciples he had just controlled had died. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, only the Flying Scorpion Stockade and the Qingyang Sword Sect are enemies. Did these 3 die at the hands of warriors from the Flying Scorpion Stockade, or? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned around. No matter what, those 3 people were his subordinates. Now that they had been killed, as their master, he naturally had to take revenge. Soon, Yi Xian arrived near the spot where the 3 people had died. Using the Eye of Revelation, he saw 3 umbrella-shaped figures in front of him. Mushroom people? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. So, his 3 subordinates had been killed by the mushroom people he had just mentioned. Of the 3 mushroom people, 2 were short, and 1 was relatively tall. He was about 1. 7 meters tall. There's a Captain Su, Yi Xian immediately guessed. Captain Su was a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm. It was no wonder that he could kill 3 9th-level Netherpassage Realm Qingyang Sword Sect disciples. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in Yi Xian's eyes. Assassination mode. Yi Xian immediately slipped into the shadows and stealthily crept over. Captain, what should we do with the 3 human corpses? A mushroom soldier asked in the human language. Bury them first. We'll dig them up and send them back after we've dealt with everyone. The relatively tall mushroom captain answered. Their conversation shocked Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows. These mushroom people could talk. After hearing this, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if they were monsters. Monsters could talk too. No matter what, he had to kill them first. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. Immediately, the sound of wind could be heard. If Yi Xian's sneak attack had succeeded, it would have been enough to kill that Captain Su in one hit. These mushroom people mainly relied on their physique to fight. They did not have true energy, but their full power attacks were not weak. Although Yi Xian had stealthily crept over, his sneak attack was immediately discovered by Captain Su. Bang! The flame dragon swallowed Captain Su and then slammed into a heavenly treasure tree. However, this Captain Su was wearing an unknown set of armor that blocked the fatal blow. Human. The other 2 mushroom soldiers immediately widened their eyes when they saw their captain being sent flying. But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice. Scorching hell. Eye of control. As long as it was a creature with eyes, Yi Xian could control almost all of them. These 2 mushroom people were no exception. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications in a row allowed Yi Xian to control these 2 mushroom people. However, that Captain Su was not dead yet. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array, kill. Yi Xian instantly split into 2, one from the left and one from the right, charging towards Captain Su. Human, I want you dead. Captain Su shouted in the human language. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was going to use his ultimate move now. Dual Dragon Roar. Boom! 1 ice and 1 fire, the 2 types of energy instantly drowned Captain Su. In an instant, Captain Su's aura disappeared as he was directly blasted into powder by this attack. Not only that, even the heavenly treasure tree behind him was blasted into a large hole. The entire tree began to burn, the flames soaring into the sky. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the power of this move to instantly kill a fulfillment realm Captain Su. After Captain Su's death, Yi Xian also received a huge amount of killing intent. However, Yi Xian was helpless because he forgot to keep the corpse. Now that Captain Su was blasted into pieces, what would he devour? Forget it, next time. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head, turned around, and walked back. What are you? He glanced at the 3 human corpses on the ground, then asked the 2 controlled mushroom soldiers. Master, we are citizens of the Great Mushroom Empire. One of the mushroom soldiers replied respectfully. Great Mushroom Empire? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Empires were very rare in the sacred lands. Chapter 1240. Why did you kill these humans and bring their corpses back? Yi Xian asked again. Because human flesh is a tonic for us. It can increase our strength. Yes, we haven't seen a human in the primitive world of wood spirits for 100 years. The 2 mushroom soldiers' answers made Yi Xian fall silent. These mushroom people were carnivorous. Then what kind of creatures are you? Are you heavenly beasts or strange beasts? Yi Xian continued to ask. We're not sure, but we're not like the monster clan. They can take human form and use true energy and interspatial rings, but we can't, answered one of the mushroom soldiers. Let me see the package on your back. After Yi Xian said that, the mushroom soldier opened the package on his back and put it on the ground. Inside, there were 3 fist-sized green stones. Are these the so-called wood spirits? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Master, these are wood spirits. They can also be used to increase our strength. We're looking for humans while looking for tree demons that can produce wood spirits, answered the mushroom soldier. Yi Xian walked over and put away the 3 wood spirits. Then he analyzed them. These wood spirits are really good stuff. They can be used to heal injuries and improve self-healing abilities. After refining them, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used a special devouring method to devour one of the wood spirits. However, the benefits were minimal. Besides, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so the wood spirits were useless to him. As for the remaining 2 wood spirits, Yi Xian threw them into the planting space. Wood Spirit King, use one of the wood spirits on the heavenly treasure tree. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also very interested in the wood spirits, but it first went to carry out Yi Xian's order and put the wood spirits in the hollow of the heavenly treasure tree. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly treasure tree absorbed the wood spirits. It's really good stuff. It's even more effective for the heavenly treasure tree than my blood. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, the heavenly treasure tree had been nurtured with his blood. It had already grown to a height of 10,000 meters. Perhaps it was because he had fed it too much, causing its effects to worsen. However, this wood essence was very fresh to the heavenly treasure tree. A single piece of wood essence allowed the heavenly treasure tree to grow 10 meters. If I can collect more, I might be able to level up the planting space. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Then, he asked the 2 soldiers about other things. It turned out that the primitive world of the wood spirit not only had the Great Fungus Empire, but also a faction called the Tree Demon Alliance. The Tree Demon Alliance was hostile to the Great Bacteria Empire, and was formed from all sorts of creatures. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, other than the mushroom people, there were all kinds of heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts. These creatures were afraid of being killed by the Great Fungus Empire, so they banded together and resisted for hundreds of years. Among them, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy. This fairy was a strange beast a level higher than the wood spirits. For hundreds of years, it was she who had led the Tree Demon Alliance in battle against the Great Fungus Empire. It's really complicated, but I, Yi Xian, don't belong to the Great Fungus Empire, nor do I belong to the Tree Demon Alliance. All I want is wood essence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The Skyquake sword in his hand flashed, and the 2 soldiers' mushroom caps were cut off by him. They died instantly. Then Yi Xian tried to devour the bodies of the soldiers, but found that he couldn't. This made him feel rather regretful. However, the bodies of the soldiers could be thrown into the planting space as fertilizer, so it wasn't completely useless. This great bacterial empire has a special tracking and marking method. I've already mastered it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around. However, there were no marks left behind by the soldiers. Otherwise, Yi Xian could use the marks to catch up with the other group. The 3 of you are my subordinates. I'll give you a proper burial. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he put away the bodies of the 3 Qingyang sword sect disciples. Then, he quickly left the place and began to wander around the forest. According to the 2 soldiers, the Great Fungus Empire was west of the entrance to the Wood Essence primitive world, while the Tree Demon Alliance was east. Yi Xian needed wood essence, so he needed to enter the Tree Demon Alliance. As long as I have a large amount of wood essence, the planting space might be able to level up. The growth rate of Luoluo and the exotic beasts will also skyrocket. The space will also be larger, and there will be many more effects. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace. Whoosh whoosh. Just as he was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, and it was rapidly approaching. Ambush. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly left the place. Poof. 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 Dozens of sharp branches pierced deep into the ground. If Yi Xian had dodged a little slower, he would have become a sieve. Tree demons. At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that the one attacking him was a type of exotic beast, a tree demon. According to the attack speed just now, this tree demon should be at the fulfillment realm, so the wood essence in its body should be better than the 3 pieces just now. Eye of Revelation. Immediately, Yi Xian swept his gaze around, following the sharp branches, and found the tree demon. The wood essence is in this tree demon's body. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that there was a green stone in this tree demon's body. It was the wood essence, and it was much larger than the 3 pieces he had just obtained. How dare you ambush me, you're courting death. Yi Xian didn't wait for the tree demon to continue attacking, and directly attacked. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon roared and blasted towards the tree demon. Tree demons were very difficult to deal with, and ordinary people would have a hard time distinguishing them. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see the wood essence in the tree demon's body. Moreover, his perception was very strong, so he could find it by following the branches. It's been a long time since I met a human. I'm going to kill you and drink your essence blood. The tree demon suddenly spoke in human language, and then used countless branches to block the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. You're quite capable, after all. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian suddenly split into 2. Fusion of Ice and Fire. Twin Dragon Roar. The Ice Dragon and Flame Dragon opened their mouths, and spat out 2 opposite energies. Here, the 2 opposite energies fused together, creating a huge power. This attack directly blasted through the branch's defense, and then slammed into the tree demon's main trunk. The tree demon's heart was inside the tree demon's body, which was its weak point. Now that the tree demon's heart was directly shattered, this tree demon immediately died. Chapter 1241. This piece of wood essence is worth the 2 pieces from before, but the bigger a piece of wood essence is, the more valuable it is. Its value is much higher than the 2 pieces of wood essence. It's worth 10 pieces at the very least. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he threw the piece of wood essence into the planting space and had the Wood Spirit King absorb it for the heavenly treasure tree. Don't worry, I'll continue. Don't worry. Yi Xian hurriedly said to the eager Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also an exotic beast, so the wood essence was very useful to it. It might even evolve into a flower spirit. If the Wood Spirit King matured, it would be even better at taking care of the planting space. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately started on his way again. Soon, he arrived at the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Just now, I was in the area between the Great Bacterial Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. There weren't many tree demons. Now that I'm going to enter the Tree Demon Alliance, I have to be careful. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. The Tree Demon Alliance could fight against the Great Bacterial Empire for hundreds of years, so they definitely weren't weak. They definitely had 2nd or 3rd level Fulfillment Realm tree demons. It would be fine if Yi Xian ran into a 2nd level Fulfillment Realm tree demon, but if he ran into a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm tree demon, it would be troublesome for him. Roar. Half a minute after Yi Xian stepped into the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, a beastly roar suddenly attracted his attention. Is that a Skirich beast? It seems like someone's fighting it. Yi Xian paused, then immediately rushed in the direction of the roar. He didn't know if the one fighting the Skirich beast was a mushroom man from the Great Bacterial Empire, or a human who had just entered the primitive world of wood spirits. When Yi Xian got closer, he took a look. The Tong Tian beast was a giant wolf, and it was fighting with 3 burly men. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the Green Sun Sword sect, but the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was an evil force. Many fierce people joined the Flying Scorpion Stronghold because they had nowhere else to go. Therefore, the strength of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was not weaker than the Qingyang Sword sect. The 3 men were all at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm while the giant wolf was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This time, we've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Because both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were his enemies, he didn't charge out immediately. Instead, he watched from afar, waiting for both sides to suffer. No, I've already fused with the god of slaughter bloodline. Killing can increase my killing intent value. No matter who dies, it's a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. On one side was the ruthless man of the flying scorpion stronghold, and on the other side was the Tong Tian beast, so he didn't need to show mercy. Luo Luo, let's attack together. Yi Xian suddenly summoned Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Kill. In an instant, Yi Xian and Luo Luo rushed out together. The 3 men and the giant wolf also noticed Yi Xian and divided their attention to guard against him. Who is it? A man from the flying scorpion stronghold exclaimed. At this time, Yi Xian just happened to jump out. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roars of ice and fire. Rainbow demonic fire, 1000-layer explosion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo immediately let loose their attacks. Boom. 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 Immediately, violent sounds came from the area. The surrounding heaven-reaching treasure trees were all blown apart, and some were even burned to a crisp. The 3 flying scorpion stronghold experts and the giant wolf were seriously injured. One of them even died. One more time, dual dragon roar. The 2 Yi Xian used their ultimate move again, and their target was the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Boom! The dual dragon roar hit the giant wolf, and the 2 auras of ice and fire drowned it, instantly injuring it. This wolf's defense is so high. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't use his full strength just now because it wasn't necessary. Eye of Glory. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian used his ultimate move again, and another powerful sound wave attack spread. This time, the 2 remaining flying scorpion stronghold experts didn't survive. Not only that, even the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm was shattered. In the blink of an eye, both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's killing intent instantly increased by a large amount. Young master, you're so violent right now, Luo Luo couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. Right now, his skills were too violent. All of them were powerful moves. Blade Storm, Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire, Dual Dragon Roar, Burst of Killing Intent, Eye of Glory, Peerless Flame Dragon Slash and so on. However, the 3 Fulfillment Realm Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts had been fighting the giant wolf for a while and didn't have much true energy left. That was why Yi Xian was able to take advantage of this opening. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the corpses and universe rings of the 3. There are a lot of things, and more than a dozen wood essences. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and directly consumed the items. Then, he threw the wood essences into the plantation space. As for Luo Luo, she was once again sent into the planting space. Luo Luo didn't have the divine tree of life bloodline, so her true energy would run out eventually. However, in the plantation space, her recovery speed was very fast. As for the giant wolf's corpse at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, Yi Xian naturally put it away as well. The corpse was also thrown into the plantation space. As for the beast's soul, Yi Xian devoured it himself. Soon, I'll break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm very soon. Yi Xian suddenly felt impatient. As long as he broke through, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the primitive world of wood essences who could stop him. He calculated that he probably needed to devour another 2nd level of the fulfillment realm beast soul before he could break through. When he thought of this, Yi Xian left his original spot again and looked for his next target. However, he had only run for a short while when a burst of noise entered his ears. Buzz buzz buzz. The clamor was rapidly approaching. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a large group of creatures rushing towards him. It looked like they were bees. What powerful auras. Although each of them isn't very strong and is only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, There are at least 1,000 of them. Yi Xian's expression rippled as he decided to take a look first. However, when the swarm of bees came closer, Yi Xian realized that they were coming for him. There are also heaven-reaching beasts in the Tree Demon Alliance. It looks like these bees are here to help the giant wolf. Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the primitive world of wood essences, only the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungi Empire were enemies. The entire Tree Demon Alliance naturally had to help each other. These seem to be exotic beasts, but I don't think I can tame them. In that case, I'll just kill them all. Chapter 1242. Although the benefits of devouring these beasts were less than the heaven-reaching beast, there were so many of them. If they were all killed, the benefits would still be considerable. More importantly, Yi Xian was about to break through. Luo, let's kill them together. Yi Xian summoned Luo again. Group attacks were Yi Xian and Luo's forte. Coincidentally, the effects of the Eye of Glory were still active, so Yi Xian could save some eye power. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. When the group of exotic beasts approached them, the two of them attacked together. Although they were both in the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, their destructive power was no weaker than that of a 2nd-level intent realm expert. Turn all of them into my killing intent. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. A wave of air swept out, and more than half of the beasts in the air were instantly killed. Luo's terrifying explosive attack followed. Bang! 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 This group of over 1,000 beasts was instantly slaughtered by Yi Xian and Luo. And this was before Yi Xian unleashed his killing intent. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bee left in the air. Gather around me. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to gather the corpses of the beasts and devour them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now in the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Finally, he heard the long-awaited notification of a breakthrough. Right now, Yi Xian had already reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if he were to fight against the Azure Yang Sword Sect team from before, he would probably be able to kill them all. Breakthrough, I must break through again. Maybe I can still catch up to the mysterious underworld duo demons. Yi Xian said to himself. The time for the random mission to kill Nalan Jia had already passed, but Yi Xian was still in hot pursuit. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to avenge Mo Shui, but to set a goal for himself. From the Blood Rock continent to the Penglai sacred land, and then to the Lu Guang sacred land, it had actually been a year. During this year, Yi Xian had run into obstacles everywhere, and had not heard any news about the Yin Yang Temple. Therefore, he felt that he had slacked off a little. It was also because of this that he needed to find another motivation for himself, a motivation to level up as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the Xianming duo demons were his current motivation. Yin Yang Old Ancestor, Xianming duo demons, you are all people that I, Yi Xian, must kill. I will definitely find you. Yi Xian said resolutely as he gazed into the distance. Although this was the primitive world of the wood spirit, he could clearly sense the location of Nalan Bing, the target of the death warrant. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was too great. Yi Xian could no longer accurately calculate the distance. He could only sense the general direction. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's head deeper into the Treant Alliance's territory. Yi Xian shook his head and threw all the extra exotic beast corpses into his planting space as fertilizer. Then, he began to go deeper. Although he had not broken through to the fulfillment realm, with his various ultimate moves and bloodlines, if he went all out, he estimated that he could exchange blows with an expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Of course, this was only his estimate. An expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm had opened 3 natal palaces in their body. Every time a fulfillment realm expert broke through, the amount and strength of their natal true chi would increase qualitatively. Previously, he was able to defeat the combined forces of Scar and Mad Dragon because they were both heavily injured. Moreover, the Green Yang Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion stronghold were not small factions. They probably had many fulfillment divine arts, so it would not be easy to deal with them. There are wood spirits in the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, and the corpses of the Great Fungi Empire's mushroom soldiers are also very good refining materials. I just don't know where the Green Yang Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion stronghold went. Yi Xian guessed as he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. After a while, he discovered other creatures. The mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire? Yi Xian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the dozen or so figures in front of him. There were more than a dozen mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire in front of him, 10 Captain Su, and a General Su who was a size bigger than the Captain Su. The Captain Su is at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and the General Su is at the second level of the fulfillment realm. However, their physiques are far superior to us humans. They might even be stronger than heaven-reaching beasts of the same level. I don't know how they cultivated them. Yi Xian was very curious. It was hard to imagine that a mushroom had hands and legs and could kill people. It was simply inconceivable. At this time, the 11 mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire were discussing something in low voices. Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation swept over and suddenly found something strange in another place. Tree demons. Yi Xian saw that there was a tree demon's heart and a large piece of wood spirit in one of the heaven-reaching treasure trees. However, this piece of wood spirit was the largest piece he had seen so far. Could it be a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There was no standard for the level of this heaven-reaching treasure tree, so it was very difficult to estimate. However, if it was a third-level fulfillment realm human martial practitioner, Yi Xian might be a little wary, but this was only a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon. What was there to be afraid of? Even if this tree demon has not reached the third level of the fulfillment realm, it is probably at the peak of the second level of the fulfillment realm. If I eat this wood spirit, I might be able to grow into an emperor mushroom. This General Su looked at the tree demon in front of him with shining eyes. In the Great Fungi Empire, emperor mushrooms had the highest status. There might not even be one emperor mushroom in 100 General Su. My lord, I'm afraid we are not its match. A Captain Su said timidly. Captain Fungus was a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm. 10 Captain Fungus added together was an extremely powerful force. However, they did not have true energy and could only fight with the special weapons in their hands. The tree demon had countless branches, so at the same level, the tree demon was stronger than the mushroom men. However, the tree demon also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it could not move. Once it was exposed, it would only be the fate of being surrounded. You are my soldiers, how can you be so cowardly? As long as I become an emperor mushroom, you will naturally rise as well. This tree demon has already been exposed, and it might have already started to rescue us. If we are any slower, we will not have a chance. General Su said very unhappily. Indeed, as long as they could raise Su to an emperor mushroom, then these 10 Captain Su would become very powerful in the future. They thought for a moment and finally nodded resolutely. All right, my lord, we will fight. Very good, when the time comes, we will attack according to the training. We must quickly cut off all of its branches. General Su nodded in satisfaction. They reorganized themselves for a moment before they quickly rushed over. This team of mushroom men did not split up and rushed over while facing the tree demon's attacks. Chapter 1243. Hiss. 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 The twin blades in Jiang Su's hands were extremely sharp, and he cut through the tree branches like he was cutting vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered half the distance. Despicable mushroom people, you've betrayed the will of nature. Die. The tree demon spoke in the human language and began to use all of its branches to attack. Shut up, we're the true masters of this forest. Jiang Su roared angrily. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of purple poison at the tree demon. Hiss hiss. This mouthful of purple poison landed on the tree demon's trunk. The tree bark instantly melted away, and a hole appeared in the tree. Moreover, it was rapidly expanding. Despicable mushrooms, I'm going to use your corpses as fertilizer. The tree demon was furious. In truth, that mouthful of purple poison was Jiang Su's blood. However, their blood was extremely harmful to the tree demon. This tree demon was indeed not at the third level of the fulfillment realm, but it was at the peak of the second level. Facing these 11 mushroom people from the Great Mushroom Empire, the tree demon was already prepared to go on a killing spree. Fortunately, every tree demon had some extremely tough branches that could repair themselves very quickly. Otherwise, the 11 mushroom people would probably have already approached this tree demon. At this time, what both sides did not know was that there was another danger around them. If I throw all 10 mushroom leaders, 1 Jiang Su, and 1 tree demon into the planting space, it can fertilize the soil and increase the production of those natural treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. The planting space was his back garden. He had planted many natural treasures in it. There were natural treasures ripening at all times and then being devoured by him. Simply put, the planting space was a place for him to hack. It could constantly increase his experience points. Although it was slow, as long as the planting space's level increased, then the production of natural treasures would also increase. Yi Xian liked this feeling of bountiful harvest very much. Waiting for them to fight each other isn't a bad idea, but now that I've fused with the god of slaughter bloodline, killing people, killing monsters, and even devouring weapons can increase my killing intent, Yi Xian thought for a moment, then finally decided to go out. In an instant, he was split into 2. The twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation required a large amount of true qi to activate, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he could completely recover. Therefore, this move had become a common skill for him. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian was in the distance. He ordered his ice dragon and flame dragon to spit out 2 mouthfuls of dragon breath. The 2 dragon breaths merged into one and blasted towards the commander mushroom. Tree demons were actually the most difficult to deal with, but they could not move, so Yi Xian decided to leave them for last. As long as this Jiang Su was dealt with, the rest would be simple. The tree demon was just a target. What? Jiang Su, who was dodging the tree branch attacks, suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. When he turned his head to look, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sneak attack. Boom. Jiang Su couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. Gotcha. Fortunately, he was wearing an armor specially made from the bones of the heaven-reaching beast, so he managed to survive. However, he was also blasted to the point where he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? The other mushroom team leaders hurriedly turned their heads to look when they saw their leader being blasted away. At this moment, Yi Xian also just happened to dash out from inside. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. A sound wave attack rapidly spread out. The 10 mushroom team leaders were directly blasted away, their armor shattering. As they flew out, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the side. This white figure was extremely fast. Every time it flitted past a mushroom team leader, it could cut off their mushroom cap. In the blink of an eye, this nimble white figure killed all 10 mushroom team leaders. And this white figure was Luo Luo, who had used Fox Flash. Young master, it's done. When the 10th mushroom team leader died, Luo Luo also directly reported, then threw the items to Yi Xian. These mushroom team leaders' bags contained wood spirits and the universe rings of the humans they killed. However, because they didn't have true qi, they couldn't use the universe rings. They could only bring them back and let the human captives help pour out the items. Now, all of them had benefited Yi Xian. Yi Xian took these bags and poured them all into the devouring space or the planting space. His cultivation base had improved a little more. Jiang Xian, it's your turn now. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He turned into 2 heavenly dragons and attacked the heavily injured Jiang Xian. Not good, run. Jiang Xian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned around. Although Yi Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he was much stronger than this tree demon. Against Yi Xian, Jiang Xian had no doubt. However, just as he was turning around, a golden light suddenly appeared and collided head-on with Jiang Ji's stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Xian exploded. Purple blood sprayed everywhere. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly avoided the poisonous purple blood and looked in front of him. This damn thing that appeared out of nowhere killed the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm General Xian in one hit. What was this? He immediately focused his eyes and found that it was a tiger with golden fur. Its golden eyes made Yi Xian's hair stand on end. A 3rd level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast, the golden-eyed Tiger King? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Only a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm beast could kill a 2nd level Fulfillment Realm General Xian. Roar! This golden-eyed Tiger King also stopped after insta-killing Zhu Ji. The intelligence of heaven-reaching beasts was not lower than that of humans. This golden-eyed Tiger King didn't attack because it was sizing up Yi Xian. On the tree demon's side, there were also heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts besides the tree demons. They were on the same side, so the tree demons didn't continue to attack. You're dead, human. This tree demon said with a bit of schadenfreude. Shut up, you old piece of wood. Yi Xian let out a low shout. A mere plant dared to mock him. It really didn't know what was good for it. If he encountered a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect right now, Yi Xian might be wary, but this golden-eyed Tiger King was only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. He wasn't afraid of heaven-reaching beasts. Roar! At this time, the golden-eyed Tiger King let out another roar. Young master, it's asking about your origins. Luo Luo suddenly said. What? This sentence stunned Yi Xian. This golden-eyed Tiger King was asking about his origins. Shouldn't it start a fight?